Hello, Madam President. This is Wally.
Mr. Rodatieri, I don't think she's here yet.
Oh, she's not there yet?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mr. Collins, I'm just trying to ask her for permission to speak on something yesterday when she came in, so I'm going to ask her that again when she comes back in. Thank you.
Sure.
Good evening, everyone. This is Councilwoman McBride. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Collin, are you ready?
Just 1 second, Council President.
Good evening, Madam President.
Good evening, Wally.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to quickly say to you that I would like you to give me time when you want to talk about the Ordinance 21-0008. I have some information to share with you, the council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
You want to speak on it tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we have a couple of things going on tonight. We have a presentation from Maria, and the mayor is also coming on to talk about the American Rescue Plan Act. So right after Maria, we'll yield the floor to you, okay?
Thank you, Madam President.
We're just waiting for Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. I was just sorting something out in the background, just as an administrative advisement before we start the meeting. The walk-on that was actually sent out to the public and the council earlier is actually not going to be walked on, and I just got I was just sorting out the confirmation on that. So my apologies for the late-minute submission, but they've advised me actually now that they are not going to walk on. It was for a legal contract that the law said they needed to run right away, but they'll explain that when it comes time. I am ready, ma'am. We are recording.
Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Blakely.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Good evening, ma'am. Mr. Harrison.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Michelle.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn. Council President McBride. And
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, if you could please mute your devices in the background so we do not, so you don't trample over the council meeting, it'd be greatly appreciated. If you're on the telephone, please hit *6 now, mute yourself, and if IT could mute anybody who is not on council that's giving background noise, I greatly appreciate it while I continue the roll. Council President McBride, you have indicated.
Yes, present.
Now call the directors. Mr. Cruz.
Good evening, President.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Cherry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Bridges.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Director Cole.
Present.
Good evening, ma'am. Chief Mazio.
Present. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Delisle.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Dr. Lopez.
Good evening, I'm present.
Good evening, ma'am. Director Onatieri.
Good evening. I'm present.
Good evening, sir. Director Richardson.
Good evening. I'm present.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Lavenberg.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. And CFO Zelinski.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Council President, the directors are all present and accounted for. Would you like me to proceed to the docket?
Yes, to the flag salute and the invocation.
Yes. First, this prayer should also include Mr. Dante Wright, who lost his life this week, and as well as Capitol Police Officer William Evans. But this is special for one of our own, and I'm going to put this prayer up on the screen. This is for Mr. Raphael Valentin, who we lost this week from the city of Trenton. If we could all bow our heads, and I will proceed with the prayer. Almighty, we thank you that we are never alone. Your presence calms the troubled sea of our lives in this difficult time and speaks peace to our souls. Your word says that our faith will never be put to shame when our trust is in you. Hear our prayers. We ask you for comfort in dealing with the loss of our beloved friend and family member, Raphael Valentin. Help us to find strength and peace in your presence. Restore joy to our souls. Bless him and keep him, and turn your countenance in love to our brother Raphael, and give him everlasting peace. Take Raphael into your arms to be forever at your side. Bring his family and friends comfort in the knowledge that he is with you. Amen.
Amen.
If we could all rise for a flag salute, please. And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Council President, would you like me to proceed with the docket?
Yes, please. Yes.
There are 33 communications and petitions on the docket tonight for approval. There is one report, or there is two reports, I'm sorry, from the city clerk's office, one submitting the monthly revenue report for the month of March 2021 for funds collected by the office staff in the total amount of $25,612.10. The second is for approval for a raffle application filed by Urban Promise Trenton, Inc. to hold an off-premise merchandise raffle on May 2nd, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the communication petitions and reports of the clerk's office?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. All in favor of approval?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. Communications and petitions are approved. Council President, we have, and I'm going to look to ensure, Mayor Gusciora, are you with us, sir? I do see that you are here, sir. The Honorable Mayor Reed Gusciora. Thank you, sir. Council President, we have a presentation now by the Mayor, the Honorable W. Reed Gusciora, for the monies received through the America Rescue Plan and the formation of an advisory committee. Council President, would you like to turn the floor over to the Mayor?
Yes, but before doing so, I would like to ask the mayor if he would be open for me to allow the public to come in and get recognition from the floor to ask a couple questions if they have any questions about the American Rescue Plan.
Yeah. Yes, sure.
Okay, all righty. So we can
Your
move
Honor,
on.
it is your floor, sir.
Thanks so much, Mr. Clerk and Madam President. Good evening, members of City Council. I am here, happy to be here tonight to discuss the American Rescue Plan funds that the city anticipates receiving. I thank you for this opportunity, and I hope it is one of many ways that we can work together on this in the future. As you know, we have been fighting the COVID-19 virus and its health and economic impacts since March 2020. Our residents have struggled with illness and much loss during this time. Loss of income security, loss of businesses, and loss of loved ones. The mental health effects have been severe. I am grateful for the support of our congressional delegation, particularly Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman, Senator Menendez, Senator Booker, and their staffs, who ensured that Trenton will receive its fair share of this federal aid. I want to first tell you that what we know about the act and the funds are to be received. First, President Biden signed the act into law on March 11th, 2021. Pursuant to its provisions, Trenton is anticipated to receive approximately $73.7 million. The act requires that the U.S. Department of Treasury pay the first half of the funds directly to the city on around May 10th, 2021. This first payment will be approximately $36.85 million. On or about March 11, 2022, the city will receive the remaining 50% of the funds, again directly paid from the U.S. Treasury. There are also separate appropriations for both the state and the county and even the schools, which may benefit the city of Trenton overall. I'm grateful for the input of Council President McBride and Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, as well as discussions I have had with several other council members about how unique and historic this opportunity is for Trenton. To be clear, the federal government has yet to release the regulatory guidelines, which will outline exactly how cities and states can use these funds. However, the Act does provide 4 permitted uses of the funds that we know of now. First, to respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency or its negative impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or aid to impacted businesses relating to tourism, travel, and the hospitality industry. Second, providing premium pay to eligible city workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency, or providing grants to employers that have eligible workers who performed essential services. Third, replacement of lost revenues to the city to the extent there was a reduction in revenue due to the pandemic, and relative to the revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency. And fourth, to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. The city can also transfer funds to private nonprofit organizations for the same four purposes I just described. Keep in mind that those organizations must operate under the same strict guidance that will be issued to any government entities as well. It is important to stress that these funds are not designed to be used for general infrastructure improvements or expansion of programming. Further, there are several items that the Act makes clear are not applicable uses of these funds. For instance, the city cannot use the funds to make deposits into its pension funds and cannot cut taxes with the funds. The U.S. Treasury will require a detailed accounting of the money spent. Governments that fail to use the funds properly will be subject to repayment to the U.S. Treasury. The funds received must be appropriated by the city no later than December 31st, 2024. Again, we do not have the specific guidance on spending these funds. Here is what we don't know yet. Does responding to the public health emergency include providing assistance for mental health or physical impairment? Will the categories of eligible infrastructure be expanded beyond water, sewer, or broadband? For example, could we use the funds for our roads? Could we improve our parks and projects such as that? What assistance can be provided to impacted households or small businesses? What will the U.S. Treasury reporting requirements be? Can funds be used to offset other appropriations that were already planned for eligible expenses? And finally, how can premium pay be allocated to city workers under a collective bargaining? We anticipate that these and other questions will be addressed in the forthcoming guidelines from the U.S. Treasury. All local governments, as well as the states, are also eagerly awaiting this guidance. I promise that when we know more, you will know more. Because the purpose of the Act is to allocate funds quickly to provide relief to cities and residents, I asked my directors to outline their top priority projects. I also invite council to submit their priority projects as well. I also put together an advisory committee to provide the administration guidance on eligible use of the funds. My objective in creating the advisory committee is to bring together members of my administration, community members, policy experts, and representatives from council to broadly discuss how these funds can be best help Trenton residents and how we can keep this money in Trenton where it belongs. To be clear, this committee will serve as an advisory capacity only. Ultimately, only my administration and members of this council will determine how much funding will be spent on any given item. We hope that both my administration and the council will benefit from their policy expertise and assistance in engaging members of the community to take advantage of any program or services that might become available. While this group will not make budgetary decisions, we will require committee members to sign a conflict of interest agreement. While we appreciate the goal of the pending resolution regarding the advisory committee and previous boards on which they served, please keep in mind that it would preclude any of those organizations from potentially receiving grants simply because they were associated with those nonprofits. We fully support requirements to disclose any conflicts of interest, but barring entities from applying for any grants that would benefit our residents before we have the guidance seems premature. In conclusion, while we await federal guidance, my administration is monitoring the situation closely, and we're working closely with the federal delegation and the Department of Community Affairs to ensure the city government and our residents get the most out of these dollars. This is an opportunity for all of us to contribute to Trenton's future and ensure fiscal soundness. I will now answer any questions that you may have regarding the American Rescue Plan.
I would first like to open the floor to any council members if they would have any questions for the mayor at this time. Is there any council members that would like to speak?
Yes,
to
I just have one question. I'm sorry I joined Councilwoman Robin Vaughn. I joined late, but I did hear most of the mayor's comments. I just want to ask Mayor Gusciora, to what extent are you planning on doing community forums and town halls to get the input and gather? Are you going to do surveys across the community, conduct surveys to solicit input from the residents? Because in my opinion, and actually based on my understanding of the funding that was provided by President Biden, is that it is earmarked for communities like Trenton, whereby minimum investment has not been traditionally provided in these communities of low income and people of brown and black ethnicity. So, having said that, again, I didn't hear. I thought that your plan or your proposed plan summary overview is very thin on involving the community and doing community outreach and holding these sessions and soliciting and surveying the residents of Trenton. So what are your plans and when can we expect to see that done?
Well, absolutely, Councilwoman. We plan community involvement. That's very important, at least to this administration. We don't have the guidelines. So how could you have community meetings without having the rules, the ground rules of how the money can be spent? So what we need to do is get those regulations, digest them, and that's another reason why we formed an advisory committee. And then we plan to go out to reach out to the community, have community hearings, do surveys like you said, and see what city residents would like to see. This is a historic and one-time infusion of $73 million. And let me give you an example. As you clearly know, our budget is $220 million, and now we're getting an extra $73 million. We need to spend that properly, appropriately, fiscally sound, and to, yes, get the community's input. What 7 council members and 1 mayor feel may be important to us may not be important to everybody, and it's important that we reach out to the community and see what's on their mind, what they would like done with these historic rescue dollars.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn, for your question. Is there any other council member?
Yes, President McBride.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. So first, Mayor Gusciora, can you tell me the chair of this advisory board, is the chair a Trenton resident?
The majority of the advisory committee members are indeed Trenton residents. But what I reached out to somebody who's neutral, and if you, Brenda Ross Doolin has a very impressive resume that includes banking in Wells Fargo. She's a member of the Princeton Regional Chamber of Commerce. She's a founding member of Greater Trenton. And I'm sure that you would be interested in talking to her, and I hope you do meet her for her expertise. And again, this committee is advising the administration to make sure we're doing it right before we make any presentations to the public. You also, the resolution that's up before today, you don't want to have any conflicts. So you have basically precluded anybody associated with any organization in Trenton from applying for that funding. I don't think that that's right, just simply because somebody maybe served on the board of the theater or an arts group or a nonprofit would preclude the entire nonprofit from benefiting. That is not wise choice.
Well, I would just say that I'm disappointed to hear that there's not a Trentonian at the helm.
The
of
committee
this
is all
particular-
mostly Trentonians.
Well, you mentioned, as I'll repeat, the chair of the board is not a Trentonian, and I think that we have plenty of Trenton residents who could advise this committee and be the chair of the committee. And I just think that it is very disappointing to hear that you could not find someone. How were these folks selected? Was there an interview process? Was there an application process? Can you kind of give me some insight into how
I can't understand.
these folks were selected?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He said,
Can you tell me? You can go, President Rye.
Yes, he was just asking you, Mayor, if you could tell him how you came about making the decision for the chair of your advisory committee and why you did not select someone from the city of Trenton based on the fact that we have many talented people here in our city that could have done the exact same job. That is his question to you.
Oh, thank you, President. Again, this advisory committee is to advise the administration. These are people that I'm comfortable with. They make no budgetary decisions. They make no decisions on how the money should be spent. It's simply to advise the mayor to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So these are people that I selected and that I felt that would be good fit for advising me and making sure that when I do produce a plan to council, it will be a sound plan. Ultimately, council is going to have to approve the funds.
So I would say that I am, really just disappointed and kind of flabbergasted around why you would even appoint a board before the regulations came out. I think it's a little premature to appoint an advisory board, to your point, that has not necessarily been given any marching orders from the federal government in terms of how they're going to spend the money. And so I would just say, can you tell me what organizations would be precluded from receiving funds based on the selection of this group?
Well, the other thing is that 60 days is going to come pretty quick. So we've been having discussions and talking about other expenditures from the federal government. And again, what kind of projects that fit in the parameters of the American Rescue Plan. We want them to lay the groundwork before Councilwoman Vaughn made the suggestion of community meetings. We discussed that this last Monday about having community meetings and doing surveys. And it is important from that point alone. You don't need to know what the details are of any federal government to start thinking about the process of decision making.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Blakely. Is there any other council members that would like to add anything to this conversation? I would like.
Okay,
I would just,
Council President?
Yes, let me speak,
Okay, cool.
because I haven't had a chance to speak. I would just like to say to the mayor that it is very important that whenever the community meetings occur, or whenever you have a calendar set for those meetings, that the council should know firsthand. And the reasoning for that is because we're the ones out here in the community. And if our community is going to participate, we would be the vehicle that you use to bring those numbers out and to get the community involved. So I would ask you now and on the record, if the council could be notified as soon as you get your calendars up for the community meetings, and especially for the ward councils, because they need to be able to bring out their constituents for these meetings. And that is the only thing that I would like to add to that conversation. And now I want to let Councilwoman Vaughn ask one question, and then I want to move to the public.
Can I just respond to that? And
Yes.
Thank you very much, Council President. We need your help. So we recognize, that's why we asked that you appoint 3 members of council for the committee to know in real time what the committee is thinking. But in addition, yes, all council members should know of a schedule, should know when we're having community hearings, and we specifically ask for your help. I think it's very important that you be part of the discussions, because ultimately you're going to be making the decisions on whether the spending plan is appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
But thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn, and then we're going to open this up to the public, okay?
Yes. Yes, I would absolutely find it unacceptable if we do not have these surveys performed across the community and get the residents' input as to what they perceive should be done with the funding. We need that data in order to even devise a plan. And no one outside our community should be a part of that. The board members that you selected for your advisory committee, I find it very concerning. The 3 organizations that are represented there, nonprofit organizations, the Greater Trenton, they have 2 individuals that sit on their board that's on your advisory committee. The I Am Trenton nonprofit has 2 sitting board members on your advisory committee, and the East Trenton Collaborative that has strong ties to the New Jersey Community Capital is on your committee. Now, all 3 of those organizations currently receive funding from Trenton and have gotten grants from this council and from your administration. So there is no way they should be on that committee being a recipient of funding from Trenton, or that they current recipients. And then they're going to sit on the advisory board to be a beneficiary and have access to how those funds potentially can be directed. That can't stand. And I will, that is why I immediately, when I saw my raise in that resolution was in direct response, a reactive response to you putting out a press release without telling the council that you formed this advisory committee. We had no input into it whatsoever. We haven't even seen a resume of these individuals. I had to Google them to get the information that I was able to get. And I found out that these individuals were on nonprofit boards whereby they're on a board. And their nonprofit organization are current recipients of grants from the city of Trenton. So now they want to act as beneficiaries. You can't do both. You can't be a beneficiary and a recipient. So, in my opinion, those 3 organizations are disqualified because they are current recipients of grant funding from the city of Trenton, period. And I would like our law director to at some point chime in on that and write an opinion on it. And we should set some guidelines as to who should be on your advisory committee and who should have and what background they should bring to the table and et cetera. So we haven't done that. So in my opinion, this advisory committee should be deemed invalid because they weren't properly vetted. And that's what I have to say about that. And because some of these nonprofits have already been reaching out to council members to discuss the funding. And I refused to discuss the funding or be a part of the committee until I had an opportunity to speak to vet these individuals, these candidates, and to hear from the residents and taxpayers of the city of Trenton, who the funds were earmarked for. So anybody else who is chairing a nonprofit that receives money and funding from Trenton, who are not taxpayers, or residents or part of the electorate of the city of Trenton has no business telling us how they think that we should use this funding. Now, I don't need to wait for guidance coming from the federal government on the funding to know these basic principles of conflict of interest and being a beneficiary and being a recipient of federal public funding. And I don't think anybody on this call needs guidance on that. We all are sophisticated enough to know what conflict of interest are and how we should be proceeding and behaving. And right now, we have already started out on the wrong foot, and we just need to back up and slow our roll and start accepting candidates or accepting resumes from folks in the city of Trenton who are interested in sitting on either the mayor's advisory board or even, working with the council and helping to facilitate these meetings. Now, I mean, it should be headed by the community. These nonprofits need to just stay out and continue to be recipients. And if they're interested in projects, they have to apply for them like they've always had. Through the RFP process, through the grant application process, is no difference. They don't get to sit on the board and use their influence and advantage themselves and direct monies to their own nonprofits and their own sister nonprofits, okay? So we know how that's going. But we're not going to, in this city and the leadership that's here today, we're not going to support that and tolerate it, okay? And that's all I have to say about that, Council President. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mayor.
And thank you. So,
President McBride.
no. We're gonna move to the public right now because I asked the public speak. So I want to bring the public in now in case they have some questions that they would like to ask the mayor, and then we can circle back around to any other council members after the public speaks. Is there anyone from the public that would like to ask the mayor any questions about the American Rescue Plan Act?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a special public portion. The question should actually be directed to the chair, which is Council President McBride. She will then direct them to the mayor. Please also be very respectful of our guests. This is not an opportunity to express, anything that is inappropriate. Please be extremely, he's our guest, so accordingly, we ask that you show the respect. Please limit it to questions. The American Rescue Plan. Council President, first we have Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Yes, Ms. Garrett. Ms. Garrett.
Thank you, Council President McBride, for giving me this moment to address questions in regards to this presentation by Mayor Gusciora. I did hear and listen. I think, there's some misunderstanding from based on what the mayor had statements he had made, but he did outline some ground rules. He stated that the response, the purpose of the money is responding to COVID-19's negative impact. Premium payments for eligible workers like frontline workers. The third, replace lost revenue due to the city, and four, make necessary investments for water or sewer or broadband. And he also gave 5. I thought he said it was 3, but he gave 5, and invest in nonprofit organizations. So I'm looking at this, and the ground rules are kind of set. This rescue plan is like any other disaster plan. I don't know what ground rules he would need, or the advisory board that he had planned to advise him, but it sounds like it's just about cut and dry. I'm looking at President Biden's announcement to the American Rescue Plan as of January 20th, 2021. And as it's stated in here, the purpose of these funds is because the COVID-19 pandemic and the corresponding economic crisis that it created and devastated families, across the country. It specifically states it's for for cities, big cities, small towns, and that affected and barely scraping by. So the people in the city,
I have a lot of feedback, Mr. Conlon.
these funds are for families of residents within Trenton who are barely scraping by. We have a lot of them because we speak on this every council season.
Is there a question?
Who is speaking? Mr.
This is the clerk. This is actually a question and answer period for the mayor. If you have a comment, please. Please put that in public comment. It's more of a question and answer session. So if you have a question, please direct it to the council president. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So the point is that my question to the mayor is that did you read the rescue plan? Because based on your presentation, the ground rules are set. These monies are the rules are just like any other disaster. And my question is, can you prove that the city has been negatively impacted, even though you've been given vaccine shots? Can you show or have money or have is the advisory board going to address our frontline workers and how much of that money is going to go to the frontline workers? Could he actually explain to us for the loss of the revenue, where in the city will that money go to the city? And also, as far as investments that affected us, small businesses or whatever in the city, how much is going to be designated to them, whether you got the ground rules or not? Have you even, based on you, who's familiar with policy, can you tell us so far, based on your analysis, how much of some of that money, at least some of it, is going to go in those categories that you mentioned? That's my question.
Council President?
Thank you, Sherry. There are $73 million is not a lot of money, but nonetheless, you actually outlined the dilemma that we're all going to have on how do you prioritize all of the things that you said. And for instance,
what's going on, Mr. Conlon?
For instance, tax collection is down. Only 88% was collected. Water fees were down by $6 million. Right off the bat, you could take all of those categories and come up with $73 million. So you have to decide whether that's important to the city or look at who is out of work, who lost income, whether rent needs to be paid, what other bills need to be paid, whether you prioritize on families. And then there are small businesses, there are restaurants, many of them went under. And so that's why you need to have public hearings, as Councilwoman Vaughn pointed out, and to get the citizens' input and then prioritize what you're going to take care of. Because I don't think out of all the categories that you mentioned, whether $73 million can cover them all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rep, for your question, and thank you, Mayor, for your response. And the next person from the public, just raise your hand. It's an icon there for you to raise your hand to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have, and please direct your questions to the council president and make them questions. And please, we have BACH. And I'm not sure if that's a joke or not, but if that's fine. Okay, thank you. It is a real person. Please identify yourself for the record and address your question to Council President McBride, please. It is
sure. My name is Ms. Chowdhury, and I have a business here in Trenton. And my questions, first of all, $73 million to me is quite a significant amount of money, and it can have palpable and measurable impacts on the residents of Trenton. So I sort of take issue with, well, it's not a question, but I take issue with the comment that it's not. This is quite a significant amount of money. I understand that there's going to be process issues with where it gets distributed, but that can't become an excuse for it not to be correctly distributed and also quickly distributed. I wanted to second Ms. Vaughn's comments about making sure that this money is directed to the right places. I agree with everyone that's made comments about having appropriate representation. And this brings me to my sort of actionable points, which are things like I really heard Ms. Vaughn's comment about public meetings. I understand that other meetings, including these council meetings, are posted on the Trenton site. However, I don't think that's an accessible place for too many residents in Trenton. When I talk to people in Trenton about things like anything, a recent grant that came through, a recent project that's happening, what I hear again and again, like for instance, there was a transportation project at the train station. And what I hear again and again is people like, oh, I didn't know about that. And I said, well, you know, they got $1 million or they spent $500,000. So I think you need to have a much more accessible point of contact for the residents of Trenton.
What is your question, Ms. Audrey? What is your question to the mayor?
Can these be incorporated, such as public meetings that are posted, physically posted onto light posts, train stations, other public locations, stores that have frequented by enough residents and people. So there's enough traffic where these meetings actually have outreach and can get a response. So that's a request/question. And then my other question would be, can there be a page that's dedicated on Trenton's website or some kind of accessible place where anybody, a resident, an interested party, can look and see and find a good consolidated place where all these proposals, requests for proposals, and whatever progresses are being made and whatever proposals are in progress can be seen easily. Ms. Vaughn made this point the other day about proposals and they get put in, but we don't always have the transparency. Because I think transparency and accountability are just extremely important.
Ms. Cadre, now we'll allow the mayor to answer your question. Mayor Gusciora?
Yeah, thank you. The city of Trenton has the ability to do robocalls, and they also have the ability to do surveys, and we do have a website. We plan to utilize all three. So we notify all the residents by robocalls. It's not perfect, but it certainly does a wide swath across the city. We also plan to do a mailing, which are surveys. All of the categories that Sherry mentioned are going to be in those surveys to rank all of those categories to see how we should prioritize and what projects that we need to complete. So that we plan to reach out to the community through robocalls, through mailings, and through our website. It's not perfect, but then we could spend money and do TV advertising, but that would then defeat the purpose of getting any kind of federal funding. So we got to do the things that we can afford. But yes, it is very important that everyone have an opportunity to speak up and provide input.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for your response. Next, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, Council President. Next, Mr. Dan Fatton. Mr. Dan Fatton, please address your question to the Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, for being here and presenting. I think it's encouraging to hear that there is a plan to do community outreach and to have public information sessions and to do surveys. I have to note for the previous speaker that there is actually a planning board hearing about those Trenton Transit Station intersection improvements next week.
Mr. Fatton, we must stay
if you're worried about community outreach, come to the planning board meeting next Thursday.
Mr. Fatton, you must direct your question to the mayor, and it has to pertain to the American Rescue Plan Act.
Sure. So I have two questions, actually. Thanks so much. Number one is I support the mayor's ability to appoint whomever he likes to his own advisory board. And my question for you, Mayor, is will the minutes of those meetings be available to the council and to public? That's question one. And the second question has to do with the I Am Trenton Community Foundation and Councilwoman Vaughn's accusation that they're a recipient of Trenton City dollars, which is false. So has the City of Trenton ever provided grant funding to I Am Trenton Community Foundation, since I, for a fact, as the past president, know that that's not true?
I would agree with you, Dan, on that. And also, we plan to do, actually, the advisory committee plans to do public hearings so that they can provide better advice at the end of the day and take public input themselves. So we want to have as many levels of transparency, but also opportunity for public input. And I can't emphasize that how historic this is and how generous the Biden administration is to this urban city. And this is an opportunity for us to really put Trenton in a good footing to step forward. So I think that's important, and that's another reason why I added a layer of an advisory group.
Thank you, Mayor, for your response. Mr. Conlon, next person.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, please keep it on topic. There is a public portion at the end of this meeting where you get 10 minutes to say what you want. But during this, please keep it on topic. And next we have Shadora from the East Ward.
Go right ahead, Shadora.
Hello, President Kathy McBride, and also hello, Mr. Mayor. So my first question is, how are we going to ensure that there is diversity, inclusion, and that your committee has that training? Because that's our biggest worry, right? That these funds will somehow not get in the hands of Trenton residents. My second question is, if you do revise this committee, can I be on it? Because I have a public policy degree. I live in Trenton, New Jersey. I teach in Trenton. I'll send you my resume, okay? Wow. And I don't know how you got this committee together, but I would love to be on it. So those two questions.
I wish I met you a long time ago, because you have a great smile and you have a love for your community, and that's what we're looking for, people to add a positive difference. And so please send me your resume. But, you know, and believe me, the advisory committee reflects the diversity of this great city.
Thank you for your question, and thank you.
But your smile alone is worth it.
All righty, so we might want to reconsider who the public policy person is for this advisory committee.
I know,
yes.
Councilwoman.
So the next person, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, Ms. Lydia Thornton. Ms. Thornton, please direct your question, and please make it a question to the Council President or the Mayor regarding the America Rescue Plan.
Of course. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lydia Thornton. Council President, for the Mayor, the question I heard asked twice, but not completely clearly answered, at least that I heard, is the makeup of this board. You said the majority are Trenton residents. How many is that? Because 51% can be a majority.
That's
if you
correct.
get technical about it. How many of them are Trenton residents? And to Shadora's point, when you talk diversity, what can you give us an idea of the makeup of the board? I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Mayor?
Thank you, Council President. 10 out of the 12 are city residents, and the diversity, 1, 2 are white, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are black, 1, 2, at least 2 are Spanish. But it is diverse, and be more than happy to make it known if the committee continues, depending on what happens tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your response. I just wanted to ask Mr. Hogarth if he could cut his camera off. He needs to cut his camera off. Mayor, that's one of your directors. Maybe you need to give him that directive.
Mr. Hogarth? I don't see him on here, though. I'm sorry.
He's on the screen. He's scratching his tummy. He's eating. He's doing a whole lot of.
Wally, if you could contact Mr. Hogarth.
Did you say tummy?
Yes, I did say tummy.
I'm calling him on his phone.
I could have said stomach, but I said tummy, and he needs to take his.
Lying in his bed.
Mm-hmm. He's lying in the bed.
Oh.
I don't think that's a good look.
No.
So, anyways, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we go back?
Not in the bed.
Who's the next?
Thank God I'm in the office.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other hands raised. Is there anybody on the telephone lines who would like to be recognized to ask a question for the American?
Yes, Mary Horn.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Mary Horn, Council President.
Yes, Mrs. Horn.
Yes, thank you, Council President McBride. This is for Mayor Gusciora. I want to know, Mayor Gusciora, what was the behest, the rush to form a committee before advising council? And I ask this question because it's a lot of things that the council hadn't been apprised of is that they, had a lot of pushback on. So pushback from your administration, and council is the voice of the people. So I will always say that. And number two, why is it that the head of this, one of the most and very important persons that will be on the head of this committee is not a Trentonian?
Well, thank you, Mary, for that question. 60 days comes pretty quickly. That's from President Biden signing the act. 60 days thereafter is when we get the first installment. And again, this advisory committee is to advise me. I'm not the smartest person on the planet. And I think that by having other voices that can help advise me is prudent for everyone. And regarding the chair, I hope you can meet her someday soon. She has banking experience, financial experience. She has won awards. She is worldly. She's an African American, and it's somebody that I believe that you would want involved in Trenton. We're trying to also, with this money, attract developers and businesses to come into the city. What better way to involve somebody firsthand than a very successful businesswoman and have her come and work with all of us? She's the chair. That's a neutral party, not a resident. She has no dog in the fight. And
on the board
I
of Greater Trenton.
Excuse me.
Greater Trenton.
Please do not interrupt the mayor. The mayor has the floor. Thank you.
Oh, well.
Greater Trenton is the equivalent of our Chamber of Commerce. They're made up of big player businesses that have contributed to getting Greater Trenton started and funding their efforts to help the city of Trenton.
They have done nothing.
This is not an argument. This is a conversation for the community and for the council. And I would like to keep this as cordial as possible.
It is cordial. I just made a comment that she's a part of Greater Trenton.
No, but you can't cut the...
Yes.
You can't cut the mayor off. You cannot. So move right along. Mrs. Horn,
President
Ms.
McBride.
Horn, Ms. Horn.
May I say something?
Were you satisfied with your answer from the mayor?
No, I'd just like to add this too. There are a lot of people that are cordial, and there are a lot of people that are experienced. I believe we could find someone in Trenton, even though she's an African American. Kudos to her. I'd like to see that, but I would also like to see an African American here in our city, and I'm sure if we had community outreach, we could certainly find someone that would fit the bill. And also, as I said before, Mayor Reed, I respect you as being the mayor of this city, but I've been in this city 3/4 of a century, and I've seen a lot of come, a lot of go, and it seems to be the same revolving circle where Trentonians never receive what they are, entitled to. So I just am a Trentonian. I like to see Trentonians involved in this, and thank you very much for your comments.
And thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Next,
And
Council,
so, Mr.
Council President. Oh, my
Yes.
apologies, ma'am. We do have some more people who want
Yes, go right ahead.
We have Mr. Leo Bridgewater.
Yes, Mr. Bridgewater.
Mr. Bridgewater, please unmute yourself and recognize.
I apologize. I was trying to hit the button. Thank you, Madam President and the City Council, Mayor Gusciora. My question for you is, you alluded to some of the provisions in this loan for economic development. And so can you kind of give a brief outline of what all falls in the matter of economic development, given the things that are happening both within the city and statewide? Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. The ground rules haven't been set. They have to be related to COVID and COVID losses. We're hopeful there will be enough windows outside that box so that we can help attract businesses. I know that you're very keenly interested in the cannabis trade. That is something that by developing buildings and creating opportunity for new businesses that come in here, that in the end of the day creates jobs, and that's something that we're looking for. And that's another reason why I brought in a top business person to help advise us how we do that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
For your response. Mr. Conlon, go right ahead.
Council President, any other members of the public who are on the telephone, if you're on the telephone, please unmute yourself by dialing *6. Please speak up so I can hear you and address you to the Council President. Does anybody else wish to be heard with regard to asking the mayor questions on the American Rescue Plan? Council President, we have Phil Holly.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Holly.
How you doing, Madam President, Council, Mr. Mayor? Real quick question, Mr. Mayor. Just for transparency, I believe Shadora asked it, but I didn't get a whole lot of transparency from the answer. With the advisory committee, there's a few people that would like to know, the residents. Is there open seating on the advisory committee? Are you bringing more people on, or is it closed out right now? Where are we with that?
We have not closed it out necessarily, but right now we have 12. And again, this is to advise me. And then that doesn't preclude you from offering me advice now or in the future. But this was just something to try to get a sounding board, if you will, about throwing out some ideas on how we should come up with the plan. This, we want to do it right. We want to make sure that the $73 million is an investment in Trenton's future. And that's why I created this other layer of just advising the administration on whether they're doing the right. Without the advisory committee, then the administration will come up with a plan and will present to council.
Mr. Holly, that
wasn't a lot of transparency, but I'm sure you'll do the right thing. I just wasn't sure, especially with a seat that's been forfeited. I know our councilwoman is no longer on the committee, and it seems like the public is echoing, with the lack of informity. I don't want to call it lack of informity, but they'd like to be a little bit more included, especially including myself. There's some bright Trentonians that could bring a tremendous amount of input, resources, skill set to the advisory committee. And I think we're just all looking to see, will there be more seats added, or is this totally closed out? This is the end of it. This will be the only advisory committee concerning, these monies. So I'll follow up with that. Thank you.
And I wish your mom was still around. She was quite the firebrand. So she's given me advice over the years as well.
Council President, next we have Jacques Howard.
Yes, Mr. Howard.
Thank you very much, everyone on the call, including Madam President. Appreciate your time. On behalf of the several organizations that I represent, most notably and most recently is the Trenton Cycling Revolution, as well as Black Cannabis and the media company Trenton 365. I want you to know that through my networks, everyone is on board with supporting the initiatives of a progressive movement here in the city of Trenton, incorporating all the Trentonians here, some of the ones who are using bicycles as transportation, also to look at our environment and to build upon the initiatives of some of our environmental efforts, and opening up communication to make sure that people throughout the city of Trenton are fully communicated to in their native languages as well as other languages. And on behalf of Trenton 365, I'd like to work with you, the mayor, continue to work with you and your administration, as well as any other partners, to make sure that as much information such as this meeting is getting out and getting shared so that everyone can be recognized and have their rightful voice heard. I also want to speak on behalf of the docket item 21.
No.
It's not the time. This is question and answer solely.
Okay, no problem. So, Mayor, what I would say that I encourage you, and I think that it behooves us as Trentonians to stop looking for others to take the mantle and lead us. And at this time, I say I encourage you to utilize what you have done in the state of New Jersey, not only as a gay man, but as...
Is there a question, sir? Please, sir.
I'm getting there. Okay. So anyway, Mr. Mayor, I would encourage you to look at progressive ideas in the development and utilizing those funds. Those are the ones that are on the docket already, or should I say on and in process, such as the cannabis and hemp industry, as well as the environmental industry, and looking at ways to utilize the water services as a potential way for residents to become investors and to be shareholders.
Thank you, Jacques.
Do any other members of the public wish to ask Mayor Gusciora a question about the American Rescue Plan? For those on the phones, please dial star 6 to unmute yourself and speak out so we can identify you.
All righty. Hearing no one else from the public,
President McBride.
I would circle back around to the council.
President McBride.
Yes, I'm going to allow Councilman Blakely, and then we'll move right to Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Blakely, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, President McBride. Mayor Gusciora, I have a few additional questions. Was this board created by mayoral executive order?
In effect, I guess I wanted to get people that would give me advice and that had some real expertise and be as a sounding board to ideas for utilizing the American Rescue Funds.
Well, generally, from my understanding, all city boards or commissions are either done by ordinance or are done by executive order. And it seems to me that hasn't happened based on your non-answer to my last inquiry, which is a little disturbing. We can't be loosey-goosey with such a important initiative in front of us. And I would just reiterate, I learned about this board by an email from your office. And quite frankly, I've lived in Trenton my entire life. I kind of know everybody. I've never heard or seen the woman who's chairing this board. And I kind of resent the characterization that, you could not find a unbiased Trenton person to head this initiative. I mean, if it's going to be an advisory board and these resources are going to impact the city of Trenton, it would only seem appropriate that the person who is chairing the body would be a Trentonian. Furthermore, I would state the comments that Councilwoman Vaughn made regarding transparency and conflict of interest are 100% on the money. She's 100% correct. When you are talking about having a role in where funds are going, it's incumbent that it's transparent, that it's open, and I just believe that this board should be squashed temporarily You should have an open process so that we can have people like Shadara. Shadara is someone who would be great, but it seems instead of looking for a broad cross-section of the Trenton community that could include someone like Shadara, who has, you know, a public policy degree from an Ivy League university, is a Trenton Central High School graduate, it seems that this board is comprised of your buddies and your pals and your cronies. And I just feel that it should be more transparent. It should be more open so that we could have just not people that you feel comfortable with hearing from, but other people that you may not feel comfortable with. People that bring a different set of perspectives that, you know, may not be represented in your buddies and your pals. And so I think an advisory board should not just be comprised of that. It should be comprised of people who represent a broad cross-section of the Trenton community. And unfortunately, I don't think that this board does it. So I'm going to be voting in favor. I think it would be important for you to not look at this, the failure of this ordinance, the possible failure of the possible passage of the ordinance as a failure. I think it would be a grand opportunity for you to listen to the council and reconstitute this ordinance or this body that will, you know, hopefully represent a broad cross-section, a broader cross-section of the Trenton community. And I would hope that all of the people who are responsible for making decisions or advising you on this body would be people who live here and would feel the impact of any decisions made by your decisions as it relates to where this money is spent. And so for those reasons, I just hope you reconstitute this and select people who I think represent Trenton better. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. I think I've heard you before say that we should look sometimes outside our borders to bring people and bring a different perspective, and it does help. Again, 10 out of the 12 members are Trentonians. They come from a broad spectrum. They come from around the city. They're diverse. They're not my buddies. They're not my pals. And it's not a board. It's an advisory committee that is just providing advice.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I have a couple. I have a quick comment first. I agree with this lady's name, BHCH. $70 million. What our city now is a lot of money. If it's wisely used, we could do a lot of things with it. Mr. Mayor, can you give the position in the committee that you offer me to Ms. Lydia Thornton? See, what else is that? Okay. You mentioned diversity. Well, I see there's a bunch of people that were in transition committee in this committee also. You said they are not your friends, but they're the same. Besides Mr. Cruz, he's from somewhere else. He just came to Trenton. Ms. Richardson, she had been 30 years in Trenton. And Eddie Montero, who was born in Trenton. Besides these three, what are the other Latinos? I know you offered me a position after there was arguments about Scarborough being there or not being there, but I told you no, not interested in that. I want to see when the plan comes to us in council. But I like to, in my place, I like to recommend Ms. Lydia Thornton. So that's in my place. Please, Lydia Thornton, if you're listening, send the mayor your resume or whatever, the letter of intent. Also, I like to see Latinos 6 years ago, according to the census numbers, because I don't have this year's census numbers yet, the final, but Latinos were 38% of the population of Trenton. And besides two directors, that they are directors, they are not, they represent the whole community. You cannot say that they are the Latinos represented in the committee because they are your directors. So we have only one Latino. Mr. Montero is the only one there. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
And so thank you, Mayor. I would just end with this statement before we move on to our presentation from Recreation. I would just like to say to the citizens and the community at large, the mayor is he's representing the head. The council is representing the body. Both branches should take exceptions into getting the people involved.
Absolutely.
It's on both of us. It's on both branches, the administrative branch and the legislative branch. We both need to get the community involved. And so it is our job to make sure that the administration is using every tool that they have to get this information out. And it is the council's job to also try to get people involved, just as though it is the administration. But we cannot allow to sleep on this. Once we recognize if there's no publications going out, we need to address it immediately. And I do think that the mayor, I hope that you have heard the voices of the people on this particular call and reconsider some of your board members. I don't think that everything is written in stone and things can be changed. And I would hope that you would take the voice of the people and recognize what they're saying to you on this particular topic and make some changes if you do believe in the will of the people. I thank everyone for coming. I thank the public. I thank you, Mayor, for coming out this evening. And we will look forward to holding our feet to the fire to make sure that every dime of this $73 million is spent in the places that it needs to be spent. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council President, and everyone have a great evening, and thank you for your invitation to appear before the council.
Thank you.
This report, I didn't request the Director of Recreation's report. I want a written report from BRS with specifics, with dates of completion, with everything from BRS. If that's what Maria is covering tonight, well, I am going to, I don't have to listen to it because I saw it already.
Okay, but we did have her scheduled for a presentation on Tuesday. Did you get the information that you requested, Councilman? The BRS breakdown?
No, I never got it. I have not received it.
Okay,
so if that's what he's trying to buy for BRS, to me, it's not going to convince me because I saw that, but that's not what I asked for.
Okay, and so I hope Director Richardson heard you. You asked for a report from BRS, and I hope that the councilman gets the requested information from Director Richardson. So right now,
no, from BRS, please.
Oh,
from BRS, not from Director Richardson. From the head of BRS.
No. I'm saying we're about to hear the presentation from Director Richardson, but I asked that your request be fulfilled. Mr. Conlon, if you could allow Director Richardson to come forward for her presentation.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next we have a presentation by the Director of the Department of Recreation and Natural Resources, Director Maria Richardson, Esquire. Ms. Richardson, you have been recognized by the council, and when you are ready for your presentation, please advise when you would like me to start it, and please advise on each slide. Thank you very much, ma'am. You have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please mute your phones and stay muted throughout the presentation so as not to interrupt with the director's presentation at all. Thank you very much. Please mute yourselves now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Conlon. Thank you so much, Council President. Mr. Conlon, you can proceed to display the presentation, please. It's okay. You can proceed to the third page, to the third slide. We have structured the presentation, compiling projects according to their categories, and we are going to begin by presenting the historic sites and structures and the projects that we are working on at the present time. The Mill Hill Playhouse, we are in the process of, we completed the specifications for the HVAC system, and that is actually one of the resolutions on the docket tonight to be able to enter in a contract for the replacement of the system. If you could please go to the next slide. We developed specifications for the interior and continued renovations, painting, woodwork. Right now, we issue an RFP for the HVAC replacement. We also completed interior painting and electrical upgrades at the Douglas House, one of our historic structures as well. This project is being done with capital funding. You could please go to the next slide. This is the third project in the Mill Hill Park, and it is the Jackson Street Bridge. We completed the restoration of the bridge recently. At the beginning of May, we will do the ribbon cutting. Developed also the scope of work for the lighting designer to install the lights at the bridge. In the recent months, we also installed security lights under the bridge by a request of the councilwoman from that ward and from residents of that ward. So those two projects are completed, the security lighting under the bridge and the restoration. Pending, it's only the lights that would highlight the architectural elements of the bridge. If you could please go to the next slide. With the Trent House, we, at the present time, are coordinating a preservation plan to guide future renovations. But pending right now, it's the preparation of documents for the upgrade of the HVAC system. Next slide, please. The Marine Terminal. This is a big project that the city has been undertaking for several years, and it hasn't been able to be completed due to funding, basically. But we have two projects underway at the Marine Terminal. One is the bulkhead. We finally completed the development of the scopes and are studying alternatives that will allow for us to complete the project. We have received money from the board of from the Army Corps of Engineers, but then several years ago, a certain collapse happened, and we haven't been able to complete the project. And so now we are trying to study different alternatives that would allow the project to be completed with the amount of time at hand. I am not sure that is my telephone that is...
Yeah, excuse me for 1 second, Maria.
Sure.
I'm going to actually switch screens here for a second. Because I'm getting a lot of background noise stuff. Bear with me for 1 second. Okay, please continue. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. With the second project at the Marine Terminal is the Marine Terminal pathway. We have recently applied for grant funds for the construction, and we issued an RFP for the engineering design. That should be on the docket soon for the council's approval. We applied for that project for a CMAQ funding in the amount of almost $800,000. We are waiting for the approval of the funding for that project. If you could please go to the next slide. Thank you. One of the projects that we are undertaking is the renovation of City Hall. We issued a RFP for the design work, including the replacement of the ornamental work and repairing the mosaics, restoration of the original lighting and enhanced landscaping, repairing the front steps. That approval of that contract will be on the docket soon. For that project, we applied for $750,000 from the Historic Trust. For this past year, the trust recommended that we reapply this year. We will submit the application at the end of the month, and they requested that we basically verify the estimated price of that project and resubmit the application. We are in the process of doing that as we speak. Can you please go to the next slide? The Montgomery Plaza, that is another project underway. We prepared the concept restoration plan. It was approved by the city engineers, the Department of Public Works and the city engineers, and prepared the RFP for construction documents. So we are now working in the submittal of the recommendation of award. And this project will be paid with capital funding, and we are working also with PSE&G for additional funds. If you could please go to the next slide. The Mercer Cemetery. This is the Mercer Cemetery has basically, the board has been defunct for many, many years. It was obvious in the condition of the cemetery. So a year and a half ago, we undertook the task of resurrecting the board. We did that and have been overseeing landscaping restoration and recently obtained a grant to develop the preservation plan for the cemetery. If you could please go to the next. With the historic African American site signage, we are in the process. We already awarded a contract for the design and installation of historic signage and plaques at those three sites: the Carver Center, Locust Hill Cemetery, and the Higbee School. We are in the process of waiting for the contractor, the vendor, to finish the design. He has been consulting with some of our local historic and individuals involved with that type of work and the historic societies to develop those plaques. That should be completed within the next 2 months, and the plaques should be installed soon. If you could please go to the next slide. We're going to be talking now about the park projects that we are currently working on. If you could please go to the next slide. There's a Capital City Sport Complex. We recently developed the scope of work to rebid the phase 2, which will include the rehabilitation of the pool house and the addition of a field house and public restroom with a concession stand. This is a project that we have been doing in collaboration with IOS, as part of the money that we are using was granted to IOS from Green Acres to complete this project. So right now we are in the process of putting a new bid for the field house, as the previous bid, it's probably over 2 years ago. We cannot use it, so we are rebidding that project, and we also need to complete the environmental reporting. One of the things that make recreation or park-related projects different than any other project is the fact that almost for every project we need to obtain environmental reports, and those are not a easy or speedy process to complete. So almost in every single park project, we need to complete a series of environmental reporting. Could you please go to the next slide? The Trenton boat ramp. During the last summer, we did a complete clearing of the vegetation around the river, and install butlers to control vehicular traffic. It is pending the installation of new grills and picnic tables, and we are in the process of installing new butlers in the back of the ramp to avoid the dumping of garbage. Could you please go to the next? Hetzel Field Park. As you recall, recently we have been doing different works, different projects at Hetzel Field Park, including the recent completion of the pool and spray ground. Right now, we are in the finished aspects of phase 1, parking lot phase 1. We just completed the installation of the gate and are preparing for the bidding of the second parking lot. At the present time, Rutgers University is installing a rain garden. So I invite all of you to visit the site. It's going to be a very beautiful enhancement to the site. Please go to the next slide. Cadwallader Park. Last year, we completed the installation of electric service in the pavilion, and that it's already completed. So now we don't need to use generators when we use the pavilion, but it is completely. Can you hear me, Mr. Conlon?
Ms. Richardson, I can now. You dropped out for 1 second, but just 1 second only. Please continue.
Thank you very much. Could you please go to the next slide? The Park Meadow at the Cadwallader Park, we developed a memorandum of understanding with the county to provide, to help us with the maintenance and with the enhancement of the meadow. And we work on a coordinated plan for the reduction of invasive species. Right now, we continue to work with the county and with the neighborhood in a project to enlarge the existing meadow and to develop a pollinator garden. And that is a project, the Pollinator Garden Initiatives is a project that we are also extending to other city parks in collaboration with the county. If you could please go to the next slide. Regarding the tree canopy of Catwalder Park, the tree canopy at the park has been reduced throughout the last several years due to the fact that we have a very adult population of trees in Catwalder Park, not just in Catwalder Park, but throughout the city. And due to the lack of maintenance during the last 8-10 years, we have lost a significant amount of trees in Catwalder Park. So during last year and this year, we have applied for a series of grants and have received grants to install trees in Catwalder Park. We were successful in installing 36 trees last year alone. We continue to work with the Tree Foundation and with a TD Bank. Actually, this year we applied for the new grant from TD Bank for that purpose. If you could please go to the next slide. Grand Avenue Playground. This is a project that we will be undertaking soon. We just completed the survey that will provide the base map for the design of a complete park rehabilitation. We will complete this project with CDBG money, and right now we are in the process of obtaining input from the public in order to renovate the park, including the priorities of the neighborhood. If you could please go to the next. This is a project that we completed a couple of months ago, the restoration, the renovation of the Martin Luther King Park playground. We installed new furnishings, and actually council approved a contract to provide and install bleachers. We are in the process. We already ordered the bleachers and are expecting the vendor to begin soon the installation of those bleachers. This project, it's being funded by Mercer Plate grant. So it's partially completed, and a few slides ahead, you will see that it's also part of the basketball court restoration. So if you could please go to the next slide. Thank you. Bruning Avenue Playground. This project is funded with money from Mercer Plate. We will replace all the site furnishings and will rehabilitate the playground and the basketball court. Please go to the next. Lipinski Park. In this park, we will be replacing furnishings, adding playground equipment, and changing playground equipment. There is a contract pending for the conversion of inline skating court to a bicycle polo, given that this is the usage of that skating court for the last few years. And we are also working with Helen Fool, with the hospital, to provide an access between the park and the hospital. That is a project that the city has been pursuing for many, many years, but at this point we are very close to making sure that that will happen. When the staff or the patients in the hospital would like to come to the park, they need to go around the corner in order to do so, and that is not very conducive to the patients to come to the park. But when we provide a more immediate, a closer access to the hospital, that problem will be hopefully solved. Again, this project is being funded with Mercer Plate grant. If you please go to the next slide. The Clinton Community Center. basically, what I am reporting here is the link. We completed a site survey for developing a pedestrian connection to the Sonny Vereen Park and the North Clinton Center. But as we will report later, the North Clinton Center, it's being renovated. Probably the director of Housing and Economic Development will be able to talk at a later time, at a later date about the progress in that site. But as we speak, that site is being renovated. So now pending in that project is the design of the sidewalk connector. Could you please go to the next slide? The Battle Monument Park. We, about 2 years ago, the city received a grant from New Jersey $1,000 and received additional $50,000 from the New Jersey Parks and Forestry to work on this park. And with this money, we were able to complete the park expansion, restore the existing park, including side furniture, lighting, landscaping, and we are pending to install the signage kiosk. It's already it's ready to install. But recently we installed it and it got vandalized, so we needed to send it back for restoration again, and so it should be installed soon again. If you could please go to the next. George Page. At the end of last year, we completed the restoration of the pedestrian bridge and painted the steel and replaced dangerous floorboards on the bridge. Right now, we are working with the county to plant native shrubs along the creek bank, and this is just and we are installing new furnishing and some grills to replace some that have been vandalized or stolen. If you could please go to the next slide. Other park projects that are either new parks or other infrastructures around the city that we have been working on. Could you please move to the following slide? The Amtico Square, the department issued a proposal for design work. We already received the proposals for that, and that would be for design work at Amtico, Taylor, Fisher, Pucalla, Locust Hill Cemetery, and the link to Capital City Farm. And that is a resolution that it's on the docket tonight. If you could please move to the next. Taylor Street, yeah, we mentioned that this is basically the same thing, the resolution that it's on the docket tonight that would allow for the design, the construction documents, and the permits for the soccer field, issue the bid document, and we are in the process of seeking funding for restroom rehabilitation. We applied for a construction grant from the National Park Service for $1 million, and we also requested authorization from Green Acres to convert an acquisition grant that the city has to use it as a construction grant. So we are in the process we are basically waiting for Green Acres to grant that authorization. If you could please to the next. The Edgewood Avenue wetlands. This is a lot that is adjacent to Edgewood Avenue Park and the DNR Canal State Park. We recently applied for a grant for restoration of such area. This would provide a great opportunity for Trenton students to come to our site and understand the importance of wetlands. That it's a lot that it's actually not being used. The Board of Education tried to use it a few years ago as a parking lot, but then found out that it's wetland and that it would be flooded all the time. So we are trying to convert that space there in an education opportunity for our Trenton students. We are applying for a $35,000 grant from the National Fish and Wetland Foundation to undertake that project. If you could please go to the next slide. The Old Wharf. We are working with the Mercer County and DEP and the Treasury, the New Jersey Treasury Department, to complete the restoration of the collapsed part of the Old Wharf, and to build the seawall project. At the present time, we are hopeful that DOT is going to pay for this project, and Mercer County is going to take the responsibility of maintaining this site. If you could please go to the next. Scarpati, the department worked with the Division of Economic Development to merge the environmental remediation with the site reuse planning as part of an RFP. Due to the location of this part, this is a very important project for us. We are at the present time we are overseeing the design, the contract for the design. We are working with the Mercer County to also establish pollinator gardens there.
Ms. Richardson, you dropped out. You dropped out. Check your mic, please.
Can you hear me, Mr. Conlon?
Now we can. You dropped out for a second. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you please go to the next slide?
Can I just ask how much longer? It's like 50 slides, right? Hello, can we have...
Maria is muted. Maria.
Mr. Condon?
Yes, we can hear you now, Maria. You keep going back and forth on the mute button. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on. I am in my office. I try to avoid problems and stay in the office with the Wi-Fi, but I am still coming.
Can I just ask how much longer? It's 50 slides, right?
We are on slide 33, ma'am.
Okay.
It's up to the council.
No, finish, please.
Thank
you. I'm gonna depart. I will rejoin the meeting.
Go right ahead.
So noted for the record, ma'am. Thank you.
With the Nottingham Greenway, I hope that the council and the public can see the
Maria, we're still having some sound issues with you. They can see it. It is up there, but I'm not exactly sure what you're highlighting. If you could just take a second, maybe check the connection, ma'am.
Just shut up. You said enough.
You already said it?
Ms. Richardson? Ladies and gentlemen, just bear with us for 1 second.
Is it the internet in her space, or is it the equipment that she's using?
Trying to ascertain that.
Mr. Conlon?
Yes, I'm here, Maria.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. The system totally kicked me out, so now I am joining from my cell phone.
Okay.
We can hear you, ma'am. Thank you. I was trying to call you, actually. I was going to put you on speakerphone on my phone. I was trying to call your office to get that connection. But so if we drop out again, just call me at my extension, and we'll take care of it that way.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome, ma'am. Please continue. We're on Nottingham Greenway.
Yes, in the Nottingham Greenway project, I hope that you can see the schematic there. This is a big project, but right now, what we are doing is we are coordinating with the Department with Economic Development to enable the park development and working on the environmental remediation. That process has been completed. So we continue to work in the development of construction trails and replacing the parking area and management of the soil so that we can safely use the space. But some of the remediation was already completed. So we recently installed bollards in some in the Clinton side of it, but we need to install some others on the Nottingham Way side just to keep the place clean and so that we try not to avoid the dumping in the space. So if you could please go to the next. The daylighting project. I wish that I could take credit for this one, but this precedes me. The main part of the project is completed, and right now we are developing a RFP for the design work with the additional landscape. As it is right now, it doesn't look that great because the landscape hasn't been completed. But also, we are trying to work with vicinity to repair and, if possible, remove the pipes so that we can actually complete this project and so that the project could look like the amount of money that was spent there. But if you could see the photos of the site before and how it looks now, the creek is the canal is completely lighted already. And if you could please go to the next slide, I will explain a little bit of more detail of the phases to come on that project. Is there another slide before this one, Mr. Conlon?
No, ma'am. Let me just double check, but I don't believe so.
I probably missed a...
No, ma'am, that is the next slide.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the opportunity of showing another project there. But with this project, DHS and Taxation and Health Buildings, this is a project that we actually had to get involved with due to the design that the Department of the Treasury was trying to do in downtown. So we needed to intervene, and we provided a revision of the design detail of the sidewalks and the plaza, because the design that originally the state was putting forward didn't, basically they were removing some of the trees and not replacing the trees. And in between the buildings, they were basically just doing two concrete structures that we didn't think they were conducive to how our downtown should look like. So we work in the revision of their design and added more landscape and certain enhancements. If you could please go to the next. Oh, this is the slide that I was trying to talk about earlier. This is the Broad Street Bridge, and there is a project right now being worked by DOT that basically what they are trying to do with the renovation of that bridge was to replace the bridge, but continue to have the vicinity pipes there, which would stop us from completing the culvert, the daylighting of the culvert. So in collaboration with different organizations and stakeholders, we are basically fighting with the DOT so that they can provide us with a design for that bridge there that would allow to expose and preserve the historic nature of the bridge and to enhance the job that we have completed at the culvert. So we have spent many hours coordinating with DOT, with different stakeholders throughout the city of Trenton, with SHPO, with the county, trying to get the best resolution to that problem with the bridge. We want for the bridge to be completed, but we want to have a bridge that will highlight the beauty of that bridge there and the historic value of it. The mayor has been really critical in our conversations with DOT, and hopefully we will get to a point of where we get what the city deserves in terms of getting a historic significant renovation for that bridge. If you could please go to the next slide. Please go to the next one. The next one, please. This is basically the list of playgrounds, the playgrounds in the city that we have assessed and conducted an inventory to determine the conditions of those playgrounds. Those are the playgrounds that we are basically at this point just waiting for the vendor to deliver and complete the installation of the playgrounds in those. That was already approved by council. According to the vendor, they should be here within the next 2-3 weeks to complete the rest of the installations. We have completed already Martin Luther King, and should be starting with the rest within the next 2-3 weeks. If you could please go to the next slide. The city, we also conducted a citywide inventory of bleachers and put out an RFP to obtain different proposals already approved by council. It's the concrete work to install and remove the existing bleachers. So those two projects should be started and completed soon. If you could please go to the next. Oh, I'm sorry, and I have to say that this project was already completed at 611 Little League. If you could please move to the next. This one is about the renovation and repaving of basketball courts. That is a resolution. There is a resolution on tonight's docket that would allow for the renovation of 17 different courts throughout the city. The list is displayed on the screen of the courts that will be renovated. And this is with funding, capital funding and Mercer Play. If you could please go to the next slide. I mentioned earlier that we have been installing bollards and replacing bollards in different projects around the city, different sites. So you can please go to the next. Mentioned earlier too that we are working on pollinator gardens in different parks, and at the present time we are in the process of beginning the installation of those gardens at the George Page Park, Star Patty, and Cowwater Park.
Island, neighborhood.
Mr. Conlon, could you please go to the next slide? I am so sorry, but I am trying to see in my telephone in which one.
He's on brick paving, installation and restoration for the Roberto Clemente.
Thank you. It's just really hard for me to see it in the phone. Yes, we did it. We conducted an inventory throughout the park sites just to gather information about the repairs and replacement of brick paving. So we issued an RFP to repair the bricks at Roberto Clemente, at the Ike Williams Park or Clay Street Park, at the Mill Hill Park. So we are waiting for responses to those RFPs. Would you like me to proceed, Council President?
Yes. Are you? Yes. You're almost. You've almost completed your slide presentation.
Yes, I think we have.
Okay.
Mr. Conlon, could you please go to the 46 slide number 46?
Yes, ma'am. This is slide 46, ma'am.
Okay. This is basically this is Greg Grant Park. We are in the middle of a landscape restoration there. We completed the restoration of the landscape. Are in the process of repairing the spray ground. Unfortunately, last week somebody set the bathrooms on fire there. So now that is a project that we need to add to the current activities. They cause a considerable amount of damage there. So there are not structural damages that have been assessed as of right now, but everything inside the bathroom facilities was set on fire. Fortunately, our fire department was able to get there before the whole building caught on fire. If you could please go to the next slide. Mr. Conlon, you can move to the next.
He's at Franklin Park Landscape Restoration.
Thank you.
George Page, ma'am.
George Page.
It was, we pruned the ornamental trees and shrubs and clear the paving, and it looks actually like a new park once we were able to complete that job. And the last, basically the last two slides are, you can go to the next one, Mr. Conlon. The Canal Crossing Plaza and the Pennington Willow Plaza, those two projects are basically landscape restoration, and they are both being completed now. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. I'm sorry that it was too lengthy, but I appreciate the opportunity of presenting the projects that this department has.
Alrighty, I will ask the council members if any of them have any questions about the presentation.
No, Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, Maria, I just want to thank you for this presentation because there were some projects that I was not aware of. I'm very excited now that we finally got together with Capitol Health for the Lipinski Park, because I've been trying to get that on the road for like about 6 years. So I think that's going to be a great benefit to Lipinski Park and to the hospital, and they can have health fairs there. So I want to thank you. That's a lot of projects, Maria. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Is there anyone else that would
President?
like? Yes, go right ahead,
Yes,
Councilman
President.
Rodriguez.
Yes, on Monument Park, some people were saying that I saw a photo that they were removing the elevator and it's not going to be replaced.
Councilwoman, can I
Yes,
respond?
yes, go right ahead.
Councilman Rodriguez, Battle Monument is a very unique park in the city, and one element that makes it really unique is that a portion of the park belongs to the city and another portion belongs to the state. Where the elevator is located, the monument itself, right, it belongs to the state. The state is in the process of conducting a study to determine if they can keep the elevator or if they should install an alternative way to go to the top, which basically I think it will be stairs, right? They have, I don't know how much money the state has, but I think that as it is right now, they don't have enough money to install a new elevator. But I know because we have been meeting with people at DP, and they are really interested in getting a new elevator. It's just that they need to get the appropriation from the state. So I don't think that they have done, they have, you know, they have set their minds as of which route they want to take. But unfortunately, that is not anything that we have control of. That portion of the park belongs to the state.
Okay, and also the daylight project. We were talking about the Broad Street Bridge. I think 2 weeks ago, Mr. Lavenberg said that there was a huge leak there, and that he feared that might be under the creek. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, he was talking about the vicinity pipes. And I don't know if Mr. Lavenberg is in the call, but he could probably confirm that it was the vicinity pipes. We don't have we are in the process of negotiating with vicinity to see if they could remove the pipes from underneath the bridge, because that is one of the problems that we are facing as DOT is embarking in the process of renovating that bridge. We do not want DOT to renovate the bridge and keep the pipes there, because the city has a huge investment there with the culvert, but the bridge will be covered, and that doesn't allow for the historic richness of that bridge to be displayed, right? And also for our investment to be completed at the daylight. So yes, we are advocating for vicinity to remove their pipes from there so that we can complete the project to a historically significant project, both for the daylighting project and for the south and for the bridge. So I don't know if that answers, but yes, that is something.
My last point, you mentioned that can you request money to place cameras on those playgrounds and parks so that we avoid, well, at least we see who is destroying, vandalizing those bathrooms and stuff that you mentioned. You know, that is a shame that after you do so much work, some person comes and there's those bathrooms on fire. You know, there might be a way that we could install cameras there for protection.
Yes, that is. I'm glad that you mentioned that, Councilman, because yes, that is. Those conversations are happening right now of installing cameras throughout the parks. We have been talking about that for quite a few months, right? Because I think they are necessary in our parks, but particularly now in the last 3 months, this is the second bathroom facility that gets set on fire. We have one of the bathrooms by the tennis court in Kawaladar Park set on fire about 4 months ago. And most recently, 2 weeks ago, the one at Red Grand Park. So yes, that is necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. If there's no more questions for Maria, we would like to bring on the Public Works Director. He would like to speak to the council.
The PSC&G, they will start next month to renovate all the downtown area and Broad Street and a lot of places. So please bear with us. There's going to be probably few days of inconvenience to get these roads reconstructed. And when they come with different contractors. So they're going to work at the same time to try to get it done and get it out of the way. So that's the plan, just to let you know that it's coming up by next month. So I don't know the specific day they will start, but I will let you know. I also want to bring back to your attention, Council, about West State Street project, which starts from Prospect Street to Parkside. The project that will be undergoing a full depth reconstruction, which is different from just taking the blacktop off and just laying asphalt. This will include the sidewalks, the curbs, the manhole, and stop drain. You know, also, if the sub base is needed for improvement, it will be done. So, and the distance of West State from Prospect Street to Parkside is 1.2 miles. And the road on West State is one of the widest roads in the city of Trenton. So the distance cannot be compared to other area when you talk in terms of how much is being spent on these roads. So just to bring it to your attention that West State is a very big street, and all the construction that will be going on there is a complete, in-depth reconstruction, like I said, which involves the cost and manholes. Thank you.
Okay. the docket, Mr. Fowler?
One second. Did we just, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I just joined. That was Director Wally Onateri. Council President, did we discuss the ordinance? That's the resolution to open that new position?
No, he discussed the reason that the streets were closed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He had to share that information with the council and about the West State Street repaving of the streets from Prospect and West State Street up into the next block, I believe the St. Higgins block. He was discussing that. Mr. Collin, if you want to continue with the docket.
Yes, ma'am. Just let me take a look over my notes for 1 second, just so I can be 100% accurate with what I'm doing. Council President, next we have on the docket, we have no unfinished business, which would be second readings for ordinances. We do have new business, the resolutions, and first we would have the consent agenda. Would you like me to read the consent agenda numbers?
Yes, definitely.
The consent agenda will consist tonight of resolutions 21-19, 21-120, 21-121, 21-122, 21-124, 21-125, 21-126, 21-127, 21-128, 21-129, 21-133, and 21-134. That being said, do I have a motion to introduce the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have I'm going to give the difference there to Mr. Blakely for the consent agenda, and Ms. Caldwell-Wilson called for a second for the consent agenda. I'll call the roll for the consent agenda. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Consent agenda is approved. Would you like me to proceed with the docket, ma'am?
Yes, please.
First, we have Resolution 21-115, a resolution requiring members of the Trenton American Rescue Plan Advisory Committee or Board to execute conflict of interest and non-disclosure confidentiality agreements. Do I have an introduction? This is Councilmember Vaughn's resolution. Councilmember Vaughn, you are introducing them?
Yes. So move.
Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. Council President McBride, would you like to open the floor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Council
Yes,
President?
I think, Council President, can he read it? Because I think folks need to have it read once again because there were some amendments.
You want to read it to the minutes? Okay, he can read it onto the record.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a request to read Resolution 21-115 into the record. And ma'am, before we proceed to reading this into the record, I do want to, before we go into reading the record, did we want to do any amendments on the floor?
The amendment,
President?
yes, the amendment should have been done by Councilman Rodriguez.
Hey, Mr. Collin, you know, when it says 5 years in number 3, the end of number 3 says 5 years.
Yes, sir. It does say 5 years in number 3. That's correct.
And we wanted to say 2.
Okay, so council, the amendment on the floor is to amend it to 2 years, and that's what we'll be voting on as the amendment on the floor. I'm going to go actually, I'm going to, go ahead, sir.
Also, can we include something there regarding pay to play or whatever that term?
I think that would require a pretty substantial amendment. I'd have to defer to Mr. Bridges on that as to whether we could do that. I'm sure we could do it on the floor, but there would have to be language that would have to be drafted and sort of introduced, and that would be his realm. Mr. Bridges?
That's correct. That would be a material change as opposed to terms or years, and that would require a revision of this if that were the request of the councilman.
Can I ask Ms. Vaughn, a question?
Yes,
Ms.
absolutely.
Vaughn,
Yes.
is it okay with you?
Oh, absolutely,
Go
100%.
ahead with it.
And
Okay,
since the mayor,
No. See, the problem with that is, Councilwoman Vaughn, if he makes that change, you have to take this off. It cannot run tonight, and so.
so that's fine. That's
So-
fine.
we
When you get it right.
we have to table it.
So I have a motion. That is essentially a motion to table by Mr. Rodriguez for an amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion to table by Mr. Rodriguez for amendment. I have a second by Ms. Vaughn for an amendment review. I'll call the roll for this. Mr. Blakely?
Mr. Collins, very quickly, though, I just want, I was unable to chime in before that's made. Obviously, the city pay-to-play rules are in effect for any entity at all whatsoever that is seeking to do any business or getting any procurement opportunity from the city of Trenton. So while putting that into this resolution would be a material change that will require it to be rewritten, it should be noted for the council that those rules are implicit in any business that does any entity, that does any work, or any not-for-profit, anybody does anything for the city of Trenton. So that is implicit in any organization's input with the city.
I want to comment on that, Council President.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, Mr. Bridges, I'm glad that you said that, because that's what you would think, that the city of Trenton would have had a play-to-play adopted into their code, but we didn't. And earlier last year, I raised a resolution to include the pay-to-play statutes in the city of Trenton's code. And you may be very familiar with it because I leveraged the play-to-play resolution that exists at the county level, at Mercer County. And that play-to-play resolution is filed with the New Jersey Secretary of State and website for the county. But Trenton is one of the few municipalities that do not currently does not have a play-to-play resolution filed with the state. And this council voted it down. Okay, so that's why it's important that we do incorporate it in this particular resolution to support the efforts of the mayor of forming an advisory committee around the rescue plan funding. So it would be prudent for us to do that. And I guess at some juncture, I need to consider reintroducing the play-to-play statutes into the city of Trenton and reintroducing that resolution that I put up months back and it failed.
I do have a motion on the floor to table this for amendment. The motion was entered by Mr. Rodriguez. It was seconded by Ms. Vaughn. A motion to table does require an immediate vote. I'm going to move to the roll now with your permission, Madam President.
Go right ahead.
Mr. Blakely, this is to table for amendment.
I don't see it.
I'll come back
Councilman Blakely?
I'll come back to Mr. Blakely. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson to table for amendment.
What's going on, Mr. Collins?
I am not sure.
Abstain.
Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson abstains. This is Mr. Harrison to table for amendment.
Abstain.
Mr. Harrison abstains. Mr. Michelle to table for amendment.
No.
Mr. Michelle does not wish to table. Mr. Rodriguez to table for amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes. Ms. Vaughn to table for amendment.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes. Mr. Blakely to table for amendment. Council President, this is actually a key vote. I would like to ascertain whether Mr. Blakely is having a connection problem or not.
Go right ahead.
I actually don't even see Mr. Blakely as a part of the room right now, so he may have been disconnected. If you all please hold and bear with us, because this is this would be a pivotal vote. Okay, so I have Mr. Blakely was disconnected. I have Mr. Blakely on speakerphone with me. And Mr. Blakely, you can hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor by Mr. Rodriguez to table this amendment. It is seconded by Mr. Vaughn, or Ms. Vaughn. The motion is to table for amendment. So far, the votes are Ms. Caldwell-Wilson abstained, Mr. Harrison abstained, Mr. Michel voted no, Mr. Rodriguez voted yes, Ms. Vaughn voted yes. This is to table for amendment. Your vote, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Blakely votes yes. Council President McBride, your vote, ma'am?
Yes, I'm going to vote no, and I'm going to vote no based on the fact that the pay-to-play law is a part of our city code since 2010. It was introduced by Councilman Zachary Chester, and I think that is being a bit redundant, that you do not need it in here when it's on the books, or when the pay-to-play is on the books already. So my vote is no.
Okay, so the motion to table fails, but we still do have a motion to an introduction by Councilmember Vaughn and a second by Mr. Rodriguez, and the floor is open, Council President.
Mr. Conlon, how about the amendment for the 2 years?
This is and I thank you very much, sir. This would be as amended. The motion and the introduction of the second would be for an as amended with the amendment of, and that was agreed to by council on Tuesday. So you would be voting this amendment. The third paragraph, instead of 5 years, would be reduced to 2 years. So conflicts of interest within 2 years. That was the amendment that was proposed on the floor by Mr. Rodriguez. We can vote on that amendment and then vote on the resolution.
Mr. Collins?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I just want to comment on Council President's vote and commentary around the play-to-play a resolution that was introduced by our council member. Mr. Collins, can you pull that, or the law department, can you pull that resolution that was purportedly introduced by Zachary Chester, that exists in the city code? Now, when I introduced my redevelopment resolution and it failed, I believe the same block of four, the slate that joined the council back in 2018, voted it down. The reason why I put forward a revised one, because the one that was introduced by Zachary Chester did not was not as broad as the one that is in the code of Mercer County, the governor of Mercer County. So that's why I wanted to include, to have this, I support Mr. Rodriguez's motion to add that language to this resolution to make it current and progressive, because play-to-play laws has progressed and changed since Zachary Chester was on this council, and his ordinance was not broad enough. It did not cover many of the provisions of the state play-to-play statutes and the county statute. So I just, even though we won't be able, that failed, the council president voted no, I still would like to have that research done by the law department, and at some juncture down the road, we should, I'm going to reintroduce the redevelopment, the play-to-play resolution for consideration by the council.
So I have, and if you'd like me to proceed, just one thing, I have a motion to amend on the floor by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I have a second for that motion to amend the third paragraph to 2 years instead of 5?
Oh, second.
Second by Ms. Vaughn. I'll call the roll for the amendment. This is not to adopt. This is just to amend the motion on the floor. Mr. Blakely, have you rejoined us, sir? I will call Mr. Blakely back. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, and I'll explain to Mr. Blakely. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson? This is to amend.
Abstain.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson abstains. Mr. Harrison?
Abstain.
Mr. Harrison abstains. Mr. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no to the amendment. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes to the amendment. Ms. Vaughn?
I vote yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes to the amendment. I'm going to call Mr. Blakely back, explain to him again. My apologies for the technical difficulties. He's dropping out, so we'll get that solved. Mr. Blakely, have you joined us back in the meeting yet? Okay, if you bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, please, thank you.
For the longest time, he had real-world experience in the field. It was his first major role in that.
Council President, I am unable to get in touch with Mr. Blakely. I don't know why he is having connection problems.
All righty, we may continue with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely will be marked absent. Council President McBride, your vote, ma'am.
Yes for the amendment.
Yes for the amendment. Unfortunately, the amendment would fail 3-3. So it would not be amended. It would go with the original 5-year term. We do not have Mr. Blakely here. So I didn't.
Can we put the vote off until Mr. Blakely joins?
I do believe that would, the problem is if proceeding down the docket, we would have to put the entire docket off as well. But we can, if with Council President's indulgence, we can, I guess, vote to reconsider by, there is no winning side, but that's, I think in this case, any member, I think the best thing to do would be to probably table it. But I can look up the motion to reconsider here and the rules on that. I know it has to be somebody from the winning side to vote for reconsideration, but in here we don't really have, the nays would actually have the losing side. So, and an abstention can't vote. So that's a quandary. I'm going to have to actually look to the rules for that. Council President, how would you like to proceed at this point? Would you like to proceed?
I would like to
Can I ask a question? Could I ask a question for rules and procedure, Mr. Collins, please, or Mr. Council President?
Yes, you may.
What is, and the law department can also chime in on this as well. I seek the expertise and opinion of both the clerk and the law director. Regarding abstention, I don't know if, from what I understand, can you abstain if you're present, you're elected official and you're present, and you have no conflict of interest?
Yes, a member can abstain on any vote.
I was just informed that abstaining is only when a member has a conflict of interest and it can't vote. And that person cannot vote because in a conflict of interest, meaning that it's monetary.
That is not my understanding, ma'am. It is a person.
Okay, well, that's what I want to confirm.
It is a person's free will. An abstention says, I'm not voting, and they actually don't have to declare the reason that they're not voting. It doesn't have to be for conflict. They could feel it's a personal moral issue. They could feel any number of issues, but a vote in itself is of free will. And that is my understanding, but I'll defer to Mr. Bridges for a legal interpretation on that.
I can't give one now. I'm happy to look into it and get back to it, but I can't give one in this context. I just on the spot, I can't do that. But I'd be happy to get back to you, Councilwoman, as well as the clerk about that issue.
Yes, okay, please do.
Madam President?
Yes, go right
Due to
ahead.
the circumstances, we table it. We should table it because this is unfair. It's not Mr. Blakely's fault. It is the system, our technology.
At this point, I don't know what it is. At this point, I don't know what it is, but because it did not pass, it did not fail. So you're also able to bring it back in the next council meeting.
And it's actually not the resolution that failed, ma'am. It was just the amendment that was on the floor. The resolution hasn't actually been voted on. So, you know, it is on the docket. If you'd like to proceed to the vote, another motion to table could be entertained after the amendment.
Yeah, I would want to table because of the importance of the resolution and what it pertains to. It pertains to the rescue funding, the Rescue Act funding. And we heard from our constituents tonight that everybody has a stake in this. And I think we need to make sure that we have the right controls and governance around that money. And this is one of the resolutions that will assist in that. So I think it's prudent for us to just table it until we have the full council able to vote.
Didn't we already vote to table this?
Yes, but a motion to table can actually be reconsidered. So that would be, I would actually advise in this case actually also entertaining the motion just because of the technical issue with Mr. Blakely. Council President, it is up to you to entertain that motion.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
For months, I've been having technical difficulty with my phone, and this was never brought up to have a reconsideration for me.
Oh,
correct?
You were definitely called. You were called. I know. I remember.
What? I didn't hear that. What was that?
That you were called by Mr. Conlon. He tried to reach to you all the time.
But also, sir, in addition to that, Mr. Blakely's vote here would be a key and pivotal vote. In those cases, the vote didn't matter, but the vote would not have changed the result in those cases. In this case, it very well might.
Not sure what Mr. Santiago is talking about, but yeah, like I said, I was never considered either.
You were put on speakerphone by Mr. Conlon. I remember that.
Please.
On one occasion, we did do that, sir, but that's not...
Exactly. One occasion, Mr. Santiago, one time. Correct yourself.
One meeting.
Not every time.
We did.
Right? One meeting. Thank you, Mr. Collin. Thank you.
On those other occasions, sir, where you were not part of the vote, where your phone was dropping down to Teams issues, these are issues that we do have to deal with in the pandemic. But in those cases, I didn't ask for that because the vote itself would not have changed the result regardless of what the vote was. In this case, it very well might. And that being said, I'd rather be prudent rather than dismissive of the vote. That being said, Council President, did you want to entertain the motion to table it?
Yes.
I have a motion by Council Member Vaughn to table the resolution 115 for amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second, I have a motion by you. You can't second your own motion.
Yes.
Rodriguez?
I second it.
All right, okay. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely, have you joined us back? And we'll try to call Mr. Blakely again. He is not. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes no. Mr. Harrison?
No.
Mr. Harrison votes no. Mr. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Yes, and I should have called for Mr. Vaughn. I'm going to try to get Mr. Blakely on the phone one more time, please.
Okay, let's do that. They put a motion to table a resolution because Blakely dropped out and he's a tiebreaker. Then they put a motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not on the council, please mute yourself. I understand that having motions intercede within the resolutions is difficult to witness and watching, but it is the process, so I appreciate your time.
Your call has been forwarded.
Council President, I cannot get in touch with Mr. Blakely, so the proper thing to do,
It's to move forward because it didn't fail. It can always
that is
come
correct.
back.
So would you like to entertain debate, or would you like to move to the vote?
I would like to go ahead and move. I thought we were moving to the vote. Oh, it failed.
The
Okay,
amendment failed and the motion to table failed, which means council does want to hear this tonight and they do want to move forward.
Okay, we'll move forward with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely is absent. This is to approve Resolution 21-115. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
Caldwell-Wilson votes no. Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Harrison votes no. Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes. Ms. Vaughn.
Can I make a comment?
No, you have to place your vote now, Councilwoman.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution fails by a vote of 3-3, but per Council President McBride, an even vote, it does fail now. Next, we have on the docket.
So wait a minute. So if it fails, what does that mean? We can bring it back or no?
I think with a substantial amendment, it could be reconsidered, but that would be a question I defer to them on
I
that.
don't understand. Can you please clarify? Can we not bring it back for another year?
No. All you do is the resolution, some of the wording will be changed, and that could be with your pay to play. That would change the wording. Am I correct?
Yeah, that would be a substantial amendment. You know, a very substantial amendment would essentially be a new resolution. As written, though, it's not going to be adopted.
Okay.
Council President, would you like me to proceed down the docket?
Please.
Next, we have Resolution 21-118, a resolution approving person-to-person, place-to-place transfer of plenary retail consumption license number 1111-33-184-006, 802 Center Street.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Council.
I would like this resolution to be tabled because I requested the records from zoning, but all I saw was a couple of lines written by the zoning officer. I didn't see anything. I called one of the zoning members, and they say that they never heard that case in front of them, that it never went through hearings. And I know for a fact that there's people in that neighborhood that are very, very concerned about having a bar there when there is no parking for that bar. No parking at all. Right now it's a grocery store, and in front of it there is enough space for about 5 or 6 cars, that's all. The rest is Laylow Street, that is non-parking. At the beginning of Center, there's no parking on both sides. The beginning of 2nd Street, which is behind it, there is no parking. And there is an alley behind the business itself. That is a public alley that cars do not park there. So I am very concerned about why there were no hearings, why people were not informed that bar was going to be established there. You know, that because there, for a while, there have been neighbors very concerned about a bar there. You know, that's this issue should be researched further more. We should listen to those neighbors before we take a vote on this. So I move that we table it until further, until we can clarify what's the deal until we have hearings, until the neighbors are aware of what's going on.
I have a motion to table from Councilmember Rodriguez. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. I'll call the roll. This is the motion to table. Mr. Blakely? Mr. Blakely remains absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes yes to table. Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes yes to table. Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle votes yes to table. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes to table. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes to table. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Council President McBride votes yes to table. The table carries 6-0. This will be tabled until such time as another zoning review can be done. And Mr. Rodriguez, that was for parking, right?
Was that?
That was, you wanted a zoning review for parking, correct?
Yes, I want the residents to be able to participate in hearings because nobody got letters there. Nothing, you know. And if it was a different business, please, a bar, and usually those bars, they get crowded. Where are the people going to park? You know, let me say a little bit on this. This license used to belong to the Tropical restaurant across the street. I think it's 798. But the owner decided to sell, and what he did was he split. He sold the license to a business person, and he sold the restaurant to another entity. They were counting on using Tropical's parking lot, but that parking lot belongs to somebody else. It does not belong to the owner of that new bar. So there's no parking. There's no parking because I doubted that on weekends the restaurant is going to allow people to park on his parking lot. You know, that's, and there is no parking zone in both sides of Center and both sides of Second. Right there, you know that. So, you know, that issue has to be revisited because it's very unfair for us to make decisions without having the input of the residents of that, which is right now is a quiet, very quiet neighborhood because the bars in that sector were closed.
And just to let you know, as part of the transfer process, they actually would have had to send out notices to the residents about the transfer. But I'll make sure that was done correctly, and I'll send it back to Mr. Bucci for another parking review. And I'll see what we can do for a public hearing on that. What the rules are on that. I'm not sure we can do it, but if we can do it, I'll consult with Mr. Bridges and we'll get it done, sir. Council President, would you like me to proceed down the docket?
Yes, please.
Council President, next we have Resolution 21-123. And this is a resolution awarding a contract through a competitive contracting request for proposal process with Pine Point LLC to provide payroll and human resource information system services for the City of Trenton for a period of 3 years from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024 in an amount not to exceed $762,578 through competitive contract 2021-03. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. The floor is open. Any member wish to seek recognition from the Council President? Council President, would you like me to proceed with the vote?
Yes, can we move forward?
Mr. Blakely, have you rejoined us, sir? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle. Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
So ordered. Resolution carries by a motion of 4-2 with one absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-078, a resolution authorizing a subgrant agreement with Monarch Housing and a shared services agreement with the County of Mercer to provide coordination activities, project monitoring and evaluation, COC application preparation, developing a COC system and compliance activities in an amount of $126,483. Do I have a motion?
I have a question on that one. That's the one I had roll call, right?
You have to
Yes,
wait,
ma'am.
you have to wait for the motions, Councilwoman. The motion in a second.
Do I have a motion?
So the,
I motion by Mr. Caldwell Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. Council President, the floor is open. Any member wish to seek recognition from the Council President?
Councilwoman
that
Vaughn.
council, yes, thank you. I wanted to, I had asked the law department to follow up on whether or not the vendor can be part of that shared service agreement lawfully. So that we, Mr. Bridges?
Oh, that was the Monarch House?
Yes.
Yes, I actually responded, did research as requested and sent you an email with respect to that today. Those services were RFP'd pursuant to a shared service agreement with the county and the city. Monarch was the only entity that responded to the RFP. So it wasn't a shared service agreement with Monarch. They were the entity that was contracted as a shared service agreement with the county and the city to provide the services, and it was RFP. It wasn't entered into as a shared service agreement with Monarch. It was with the city and the county.
So is the contract attached to the resolution? I don't see that.
The contract is not attached to the resolution. The resolution will spell the terms of the contract based on the conversation that we had at docket review. I understand that there is a request to have the contracts and the term of the contracts put, in addition to the resolution. That's something that
in this case, Mr. Bridges, you just stated that you did research. You found out that the two governments, the city of Trenton and the county, decided to source this vendor to, as part of this, to help perform the services that's defined in the shared service agreement. But that vendor had to enter into that agreement with a contract. So where is that resolution for that contract to support that shared service agreement? You went out to RFP, right? Then it should have the associated contract should have been written, correct?
The RFP will spell the terms of the contract. The resolution will, spell out the earmark those funds and spell out the terms of. But no, there is no contract before then. To answer your question, yes, there should be a contract, or at a minimum, a standard contract is associated with any bid to spell out the terms of the representation in terms of the services. So yes, there should be a contract. In this instance, we don't have one.
So we need that contract. You can't expect the council to vote on a resolution that involves a third party without their contract for us to review.
Correct, and I would suggest if again, my recommendation be to table this to be able to spell out those contracts and have that contract negotiated and agreed to by the parties, such that the contract and the resolution come back before this council.
Well, the contract has already been agreed, right? Has already been agreed. It selected the vendor, but where is the documentation?
I don't have contract. I have no contract with respect to this. What I have is what was placed before this council. If I had additional documents, I would have provided them to the council. What you see is what I have.
The problem with that is that you allowed us to vote on this. So you see what the problem is? We've already cast the deciding vote.
Council President, can I respond?
We haven't voted on it yet, ma'am. It's only been introduced. We haven't actually voted on it yet, ma'am.
Correct.
So, I mean, on Tuesday, I asked for, these things. I mean, I didn't even think I had to ask for the contract because I just assumed that if we contracted with a third party and they came through the RFP process as stated, then they should have signed on a contract as well. So we should have the shared service agreement between the county and the city, and the second document, the contract with, was it Monarch, right?
Yes, ma'am. And just for point of information, ma'am, on Tuesday you asked, can a shared service agreement include a private entities?
I understand that, Mr. Cullen, but I guess it was inferred that I thought that the law department and the business administrator should know that any resolution, all contracts that come before the council should have documentation supporting it. I have to ask for that now?
Councilwoman, your question to me was whether or not it was proper for the government entity to enter into a shared service agreement with a private entity. The document you refer to, I do have, but the question you asked, and I did send you an email, including a timeline today, dealt with whether or not it was proper for the county to enter into a shared service agreement with Monarch. I do have the document that you referred to. I just wasn't prepared to answer that specific question. Well, because the question you asked me, was whether or not it was proper to enter into a shared service agreement with Monarch. That was the question.
All due respect. I not one member on this council should have to ask for the contract of the company that we have that we are proposing to do business with and spend taxpayer dollars on. So if my question, that's the question I asked, and since you came back and said, yes, that is correct, the shared service agreement can only be with the two governments. So having said that, if the shared services agreement can only be with the two governments, and then it would be by default, you would know that there has to be a contract. So is that the contract? So I would think by default, you would say, oh, okay, yes, we should have an agreement with the two governments, and then it should be a second document that outlines the contract for the vendor. And I just need those two sets of documents.
There are those documents.
So now, just because the councilwoman didn't ask for the contract, nobody, the law department, the business administrator, the director of Health and Human Service doesn't see fit to share that contract with the council for vote? Where is the contract? Does it even exist?
Let's table it.
Madam President, if I may.
We can't even have a productive meeting because we have no documentation.
And Dr. Lopez also would like to speak.
I am here. Yes, I've been asking, can I speak if possible?
So the question excuse me. So the question to you, Mr. Bridges, was twofold, really, and should have been provided. The question is that once we put anything out to bid, and you get the and you select the people that you want, if there's only one bid, then you have that one bid that came in. If you went into an agreement with that company, then you have the agreement, and then you take the agreement and you put it into the resolution, but you also attach the contract to the resolution when it's being submitted for a vote. So my question to you is the same. Where is the contract that you went into with the city went into with Monarch House? And it should be a contract entered into from three parties, Monarch House and this county and the city. And so that's the information that's not provided. So if Mr. Bridges have already given his explanation and it wasn't satisfactory, now let us move to Dr. Lopez and let her give us an explanation, and then we'll hear from Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. There was a contract request form that was completed for Monarch Housing as well as the county when we completed our resolution. Why it's not on this docket, I do not know why, but I do have that, the contract request form, and it was signed. So I'm not sure why it's not showing up and why City Council never received that.
Okay, so when Councilwoman Vaughn asked for the information on Tuesday about whether or not we could consider Monarch based on the fact that they were not a public organization. They were private. Wouldn't someone have recognized that the contract wasn't attached? When the answer came back from Mr. Bridges, it only came back partially because it wasn't completed. The contract didn't accompany his answer. You understand, Doctor?
Oh, I truly understand. I just don't understand how Director Bridges wasn't provided the entire packet. And so I can't speak to that. But we definitely do have a contract request form for Monarch Housing and Mercer County that was completed with the entire packet with the resolution. And I say this wholeheartedly because this, in lieu of this, and really trying to say how important this is, because this is a HUD grant and it's very restrictive and we adhere to the guidelines by the federal government. We have an overall $4.3 million budget with HUD, specifically for the homeless population. And we are servicing 400 residents at this juncture. So it's very important. I'm trying to move this resolution. I'm not trying to undermine anyone, but I do not want these fundings to be halted in a way that it would impact these 400 residents and families that we are assisting from this federal HUD grant.
And so, Dr. Lopez, in wanting to move a resolution forward, then it is up to the administration to have all the information attached. Now, let me ask you this. What is the timeline on this particular resolution?
The timeline? Hold on,
Yes,
so this is from the fiscal year. So we're actually, HUD is behind in their funding in the paperwork. So we're looking at 2020 and they're already starting to look at rolling out 2021 to us, but they cannot until we satisfy this end of the grant and of the resolution. And so I got so much paperwork in front of me, so I do apologize. I'm just trying to get it. So this is for fiscal year 2019, the grant. And so it's delayed. I don't know how that, maybe because of COVID was a delay with HUD, with the federal government. But now that they provided us with all of this, we are moving forward to try to expedite and get that end covered so we can move forward with our current budget and our current grant and moving forward. So this is sort of like a previous year, 2 years, 2019 to 2020, that we're trying to wrap up. And so we didn't want to delay it as far back as possible because we would impact on what we need to do going forward. And I do apologize again that City Council did not receive the contract request forms because it was part of my entire packet when I did sign it.
And so is there any way that you can scan that through and send it over to Mr. Collin now? So
Madam President,
it may be a challenge because I am home, but I can try. But I can try. I'm going to try because I have some type of scanning mechanism, but I can't promise that it'll go through. But I will try while I'm sitting here.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes. First, I'd like to say to Mr. Bridges, but please, when you send emails out, when you get a request from one council member, make sure that every council member gets the answer, the email, because I did not get any emails from you. I did not. And I believe that we should follow Mr. Bridges' advice, and I move that we table this until we get not a screenshot of that. I want to see the paperwork in hand. You know, I don't work with like that. Just looking, my eyesight is very lousy. No, this is not fair. We could table it until. So I move to table it until we get the legal clarification and until we get every document related to that, because we have been dealing for years with this issue of providing homeless services for county residents way out to Barrington County, which is outside of Mercer County, and we have to be careful about how we do that. Approving that without that documentation, it will be very irresponsible. So I move for it to be tabled until we get the proper documentation, or the documentation, including whatever the county is saying, whatever paperwork the county have, everything on that resolution.
I have a motion to table by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I have a second?
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Second.
I have a second by Councilwoman Vaughn. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely, have you joined us? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Is this to table it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes yes. Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes yes. Mr. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Council President McBride votes yes. It'll be tabled at such time as the contract is presented. I'll make sure that it goes up for the next council meeting, and the council gets the contract.
No. Council President, I have a question.
No, next meeting, please.
Yes.
Table it
Yes.
until we get
Yes.
the whole information. Not the next meeting,
Yes.
no.
Excuse me, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, Mr. Conlon, if the director is able to scan that information through and you can put it on the screen, can we go back to vote on it?
I'm going to have to look that rule up. I think you can reconsider a motion to table. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. There it is. No?
Council President, could I speak?
Well, it's postponed to a definite time, so it would be until the contract is presented. So yes, that can be reconsidered.
Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
I concur with Council Rodriguez. The council, I feel as though that I was elected to deliberate fully on all resolution and ordinance that has been put forth to this council, to me, and me having to review a document, a contract, and vote on it at the same time in front of the public. It's just so inappropriate. And I'm just disappointed at any council leadership of mine who would even propose such a thing. So I want that. Oh yeah. Too bad, Marge Caldwell-Wilson. Too bad for you.
Ladies,
some of us have integrity. I have an obligation. I gave my word to my constituents that I'm going to do a job, and I'm going to do it. So I would like this to be tabled, and I could get a chance to look at the contract, and then I can vote on it. And
we've already voted to table it.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Okay. So, but no one. The council vice president, the council president, and my other colleagues, my other 4 colleagues on council will not speak for me and tell me that it's just what's sufficient and what's not. And just because they don't do a good job and just because they don't do the work representing their constituents doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. So do not speak for me ever,
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Vice President.
Let's save that.
Council President, all I asked was an opinion of Mr. Conlon. I didn't ask.
No, you said something to me.
The motion is done.
You do not get snarky with me, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, and don't think I'm going to get snarky with you back.
Ladies, please, if we could go on with the meeting, that'd be greatly appreciated. Council President, would you like me to proceed with the docket?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes. Mr. Harrison.
It was scanned. Are we going to reconsider? That's what I'm asking. It was scanned. I'm asking. Are we going to reconsider?
That wasn't the paperwork, Councilman. That was Mr. Collin looking up the rules and regulations, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I was just making sure that I use a table guide. That was the guide for motions. What needs to be second, what votes. I try not to keep all this stuff in my head. I have it in my head. I just want to make sure I'm right when you guys ask me a question. I want to have the appropriate guides available. So that went on the screen. It's the municipal clerk's manual, so it's nothing that's issued by Rutgers University. But that was just Ms. Vaughn asked me a question about Ms. Cole Wilson asked me a question as to whether a motion to table could be reconsidered. And yes, a motion to postpone to a definite time may be reconsidered at the meeting later on if and I will watch my email. If somebody wants, I'll let you know. If you want to raise the motion, please do so. At that point in time, Council President, would you like to move down to the rest of the docket?
Yes.
Next, we have Resolution 21-130, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for an additional 1 year to Our Children LA to provide a social service mobile application for at-risk and homeless youth in an amount not to exceed $14,000 through competitive contract 2018-07. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Vaughn. Council President, would you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, please.
Would anybody like to be heard? Or would you like me to?
Yes, Madam President, I have a little comment on it.
Go right ahead, Council.
Tuesday's meeting, there were a couple of residents that were commenting about this resolution because they thought that this was the money to work with the homeless youth. But this is only for like a mobile application, services, social services, mobile application. That was a program that was started a couple of years by the mayor in the city to aid. It's for communication. It's not that it's only $14,000 to service the homeless youth in the city. It's just specifically for this program that was introduced about, I think it was about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
All right, thank you, Councilman.
Council President, would you like me to proceed to the vote, or did any other council
Yes,
members?
please. Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely, have you joined us? Ms. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
I'm sorry. What's on the screen here?
This is, I'm sorry, that was Monarch. This is Resolution 21-130. I apologize. I forgot to scroll it down.
Oh, this is the one about the
That was Monarch. This is
I had asked a question about this one regarding the outcomes.
For the data from the company.
Yeah, for the data, correct. And as the Dr. Lopez stated that she, she understood the evidentiary information that's required from this organization. And, I'm just curious, how is it that we expect homeless people to have a phone? I just want somebody to answer that question. Because the homeless people that I encountered, they don't have access to technology or phone.
You want me to answer that, Council President?
Council President, do you want to?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Okay, so you'd be surprised how many of our youth do have cell phones. If anything that they do have, it will be a cell phone. Whether they have minutes or not, they connect to Wi-Fi, and they find ways to do that. And then we do give out phones as well. So this app actually receives over 1,000 hits from our youth between January to December of last year. And so this application, I did request the data, and that is coming, and I will provide that to City Clerk, Mr. Collins, so that City Council could have that information. But this one app, it provides information about COVID, It also provide updated changes of hours of operation for shelter, food, COVID testing, quarantine sites, and other services. So this is a beneficial service. And this $14,000 is really a total of $28,000 for 2 years. So it's $14,000 for each year. And it's paid through CDBG. And so this is actually a good application for our youth, and they are utilizing that. And you will see the data where they're looking at shelter, they're looking at education, they're looking at jobs, they're looking at other different resources. And so once I get all of that together, I will explain it and send it to Mr. Collins so City Council can have it.
Yeah, and the other thing I would ask is, Dr. Lopez, is are we sure we are capturing the population that is most in need? Because, yes, there are youths that have cell phones, but cell phones cost. So, again, I doubt the youths that are most in need, that are truly homeless, they don't have cell phones. I don't know how we are reaching them. It's just for thought, right?
Right.
So I cannot believe, it does not make any sense that someone is homeless. I know adult homeless people, and I talk to them when I'm in the train station. They do not have cell phones.
Absolutely.
They do not.
Right, and I hear you, and I'm just talking about youth. Coming from 20 years with the Division of Child Protection and Permanency with Department of Children and Families, I know all about our homeless youth, and I can tell you cell phones, again, is one of the key things that they do have. They find ways to get it. Whether they're getting it, they're not paying. I told you they didn't have, if they didn't have minutes or service on it, they link up to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi can get you anything. And so that's the strategy and what these youth are using. And so they're very strategic in how they can use their cell phones. And so that's why I said this WIN app is really a benefit to our youth. And I'm with you on that. And are we capturing the true essence of the population? And so that's something that I am looking at reevaluating to ensure we're really truly hitting that population.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Vaughn, your vote, ma'am?
Yes.
Council President McBride? Did we lose you, Council President?
Yes, you had. Thank you. Yes, my vote is yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-079, a resolution accepting and awarding a contract to PMY Construction Corporation for citywide basketball court renovation program to provide all labor and materials as needed to renovate basketball courts citywide in an amount not to exceed $446,340 through bid 2020-69.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harris. I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
You may continue with the vote, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely, have you joined us, sir? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
I'm sorry. What is this now?
This is Resolution 21-079, ma'am. Your vote?
I mean, what is it? Can you review?
For the basketball courts.
Yes, ma'am.
For recreation, Maria, $446,000 for the basketball courts in the city.
Oh, no. No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President McBride vote carries 5-1 with one absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-131. Resolution awarding a contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec. Taylor Design Group, Inc. for landscape architectural professional engineering, design development, permitting and construction document. Floor is open.
Yes, Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
You know, voting for the soccer field and all these proposed enhancements to our parks around sports facilities. You know, we have gotten proposals to put bleachers in our parks, and we haven't gotten those. So I have no confidence that we are going to get these facilities developed and in time for use for the summer, or, you know, I just don't believe the project is going to come to fruition. We have no plans So when you don't have a plan, there's no chance that a project will be successful. So again, I don't even know where soccer field is going to go in this area. And there is no plan attached to the resolution. That no blueprints, no design, no nothing. Just a comment that says we're going to build a soccer field. So, you know, this whole park and recreation plan and strategy has been a complete failure, and they haven't delivered anything for the residents, nor have they done any community outreach to let the residents know which basketball courts are going to be enhanced, which soccer fields are going to be enhanced. Nobody has gotten any communication in the community. None. So people just go unilaterally making decisions. It would be nice to say, oh, this neighborhood park, and let's reach out to every home and street that's in this area and let them know that they're getting a new basketball court. Nothing to the community. And they think they can come to me. The community sent me here. And this administration just has been so out of touch. So out of touch with the community. They run around here and make all these plans unilaterally about the soccer fields and everything else without consulting the community. Why are you calling my name, Council President? What is it that you want?
Because you need to keep it to the resolution.
I am keeping it to the resolution. I'm talking about the soccer field.
You're going all outside of the resolution.
No, I'm not. No, I am not. Now. Well, you need to clean your ears out because no, I am not. I'm speaking specifically about the soccer field.
You're going all to soccer.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Council President. You just want to hear yourself. No. Please don't be disrespectful. Interrupt me.
No.
I had to before you gave me the floor. I'm not going to go back and forth, Council President. I'm not going to go back and forth with you
keep it to the resolution.
It's not productive. It's not productive.
Keep it to the resolution.
Okay, I am.
Oh, Lord.
Okay? So again, I don't know where this field is going to be built. How large is it going to be?
Council President, would you like me to answer those points? This is Maria.
No, I didn't ask for you, Maria.
And I am not asking you. I am asking the Council President.
Council President, this is my time.
Oh,
Lord. We're doing a vote. Why is the director disrupting a council member?
You missed the presentation tonight.
That presentation was not comprehensive. It had no community input, Council Vice President Caldwell. But you would know that because you don't talk to your community at all.
That's not true.
Well, yes, it is.
Point of order, please.
You know what? You
Let's
need to
go back
stop.
to the
No, I don't, because your North Ward constituents call me.
Oh shit!
Let's go.
So you need to stop.
Okay, please stop.
I'm done, Council President.
Council President is called for a point of order.
Oh, Lord.
Let's
And
keep
please
it to
stop
the
saying the
resolution
word,
or
sir.
we'll
We
move on.
understand. Thank you. Council President, would you like me to call for the roll?
Please.
We have an introduction by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. We have a second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely, have you arrived, sir? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
I abstain.
Mr. Rodriguez abstains. Ms. McBride. Or I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President McBride votes yes. The ayes have it 4-1 to 1 with one absent. Next, we have Resolution 21-132. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Princeton Air Conditioning, Inc. for the removal and replacement of the HVAC system in the Mill Hill Playhouse corner of Front and Montgomery Streets, Trenton, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $106,000 through bid 2021-04. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Council President?
Continue with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely, have you arrived, sir? Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The ayes have it, 5-1, with one absent. Council President, I do believe that is the docket. I do believe, and I just want to confirm, Mr. Bridges, the walk-on that you wanted to run for the law department tonight through Mr. Cruz, is that that's being pulled?
That's correct.
What about the ordinances 009 and 00?
I meant for the resolution. I didn't get to the new business in the introduction.
Okay.
I did say that's it for the docket. I meant for the resolution tonight. Mr. Bridges, we are not walking that on, so we're pulling that. I had sent that out to the public earlier. They're going to amend that, so I apologize. I just wanted to send it out to you all in prudence, but they are going to pull that. That is not going to be walked on. Council President, first we have ordinance 21-007, and this is an ordinance amending ordinance 00-18 entitled an ordinance continuing certain positions, fixing salaries, salary ranges therefore, and setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of these ranges for AFSCME Local number 2286. Do I have an introduction of the ordinance?
So moved.
I have an introduction by Harrison. Do I have a second?
Is that the ordinance introduced that new,
Second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Council President, would you like to open the floor?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I have a question. Thank you, Council President. I have a question. I did a little research on this. I would want Mr. Walla-Terry to answer the question. We passed an ordinance back in September 2020.
Yes, we did.
To ordinance amending ordinance 0018 entitled an ordinance continuing certain positions, salary ranges, therefore, and setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of these ranges for the AFSCME Local 286. The Public Works Inspector job specification. And the salary range was $42,641 to $67,629. So it's the same. We passed this ordinance already. Why are we passing it again, Ms. Donateri? What's the difference?
All right. Yes, Council President.
Yes,
Hello?
go right ahead.
Yes,
go right ahead.
Councilwoman Vaughn. Yes, you did, but the Department of Employment, they want us to go back and review and revise what we did, and that is why I went back to personnel to be redone again. Yes, you did pass that, but I think something is wrong with it, and then they send it back to personnel.
Well, what do you mean you think? What is wrong with it, Director? What is the difference, Director? What is wrong with it? You should know. You're the Director.
Yes, I am, but that's something. Yes, I am. I would think that is something that would be able to be explained to you more from either Adam Cruz. Will be able to explain to you more.
Hello?
All right. Again, I have a duplicate ordinance. Now, there's a process. The council passed the ordinance September 24th, only a few months back. Ordinance 2050. If we're going to introduce another ordinance, we should have at least repealed this one and referenced it. We didn't even do that right. So now we're going to have two laws on the books. Now, which one is correct? Because the ordinance I'm looking at was passed September 24th for the same position. Oh, I see. I'm looking at it. It appears there's a difference in the salary. Same position. You change the salary. You change the salary range it goes from 42,641 to 60. It was 67,629, and now you have it for 72,002.
Yeah, Councilwoman, it's not something that is, like I explained to you, that is what the civil service want us to do. It's not, they said that what we did first was wrong. So they expect us to...
Wally, you wouldn't have known that if I didn't bring this up tonight. The council and the public would not have known that if I didn't bring this up tonight.
No, evidently.
And I asked you directly. And I asked you directly, I said, Wally, what's the difference between the ordinance that the council passed on September 20th and the one that you are proposing us to deliberate on now? And I'm comparing the two, and the only difference that I see is the change in the salary range. And why are you up in the salary range when it's only been since September, October, November, December, January, 6 months? I'm not worried about what DCA said and what DCA didn't say. This is ridiculous. And number one, we didn't follow procedure. We should repeal this resolution. This ordinance should reference and close out the current ordinance 2050. Council President and Council Vice President and Mr. Clerk, are you guys aware of this?
First of all,
we just do anything in the city of Trenton. We just do anything.
No.
We don't even follow freaking laws.
First of all, Councilwoman, I suggest that we don't vote on anything having to do with the city employees union, based on the fact that they keep piecemealing and keep bringing back separate titles when they should not bring anything before us that have to do with that public employees union, that it should be only through the collective bargaining unit, not with us. And so I say that they should not come before us, period. Piecemealing these positions, and this is how things slip through the cracks, because they bring you one position 6 months, and 6 months later they bring you another ordinance for another position. And if you are not just going back thoroughly researching, you will miss it. That's why we have no right to be voting on a separate job title or a salary. Let them bring us a comprehensive resolution from the collective bargaining unit. Until they do that, we shouldn't be voting at all.
Yes, and Council President, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I agree with you 100%. And now that when I went back and pulled this, because when we were talking on Tuesday about this, I remember that we voted previously, and we passed it, Council President. We voted unanimously to create this title. So, Mr. Onateri, this one already exists. The title has already been created. The ordinance is on the books. We passed it in September, so why haven't you filled the position?
And that's what I'm trying to explain to you, Councilwoman. I said we try to do that, but the civil service, everything we do, we still have to take it back to the state to make sure it's right. But to them...
No, Mr. Onateri, clearly, you, with all due respect, sir, we've already passed this ordinance. This should not even be here. The ordinance number is 2050. The only thing that you needed to do, if you look like, to me, you changed the salary. That's what you did. You changed the salary.
I did not change the salary.
You knew you did that. And you knew you did it. So, but I will move on from that. All I want to say to you, sir, is why haven't you filled the position? Because the council voted unanimously, and we already passed it. We're not going to vote again on it. We already passed it. So did you put this on here so you can raise it from $67,000 to $72,000?
No. Again, Councilwoman, I told you, the state sent it back that we need to make that correction because the salary range we gave them was less than what, because this is comparable to other municipalities.
And then you should have been transparent and said, we need to amend the ordinance 2050 to change the salary. That's what you should have done. Not introduce a whole new ordinance. That's all you had to do was amend for the salary change. But that's moot because Council President's position overrides that, right? We shouldn't even be talking about adding positions to the city union workers inventory. Okay? And Council President, I would want this removed off the docket because, for all the things that we talked about, for all the reasons we talked about on Tuesday. I think is heartbreaking that our city workers' incomes has not been addressed and increased, competitive to market, for 3 years.
So
Putting
you
our
want to make a motion to table?
to table, Council President, we already have this on the books in our code. You're going to introduce another ordinance?
Yeah, so
Mr. Collins, can you pull up ordinance 2050? It's the same
Yes,
ordinance.
but
We
we
already
still-
passed
we-
it unanimous. Why are we voting
we
on? Is that
still-
even proper?
But we still have to do something with this, so let's pull it off the docket. So to vote to table it. It still has to be dealt with because it's on the docket.
Madam President, it's not tabling, it's removing it completely. And can I say something, Madam President?
Let me get some legal advice from Mr. Bridges.
That's what they should have gotten before they brought that ordinance to us.
Mr. Bridges?
Yes, Council President.
Yes, can we get some guidance here? This is a duplication. It never really should have came up because the other ordinance is still on the books. It just shouldn't have been on the docket.
If it is in fact duplication, it does need to be pulled without question. I need to review that. I was unaware that this was a duplication. Again, I've been here for 3 months and I just was not aware of it. But if this is in fact a duplication that materially changes that position, which is the same, then I have issue with that and I need to review that.
So will the administration, so let the administration pull it.
I'm requesting to be pulled up, but however, unless the business administrator or anyone else has a comment, my suggestion would be it be pulled.
Mr. Cruz, can we move to pull this?
Yes, Madam President, I was actually going to ask that it be pulled until we can resolve this internally.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Councilwoman Wilson.
Shouldn't, in actual fact, if they were told by the state to change their salary, can I finish talking? Who's talking? Shouldn't they, if the state has advised them that the salary range was incorrect, shouldn't this have been an amendment to the previous ordinance?
That would be my suggestion. That's why I recommend it be pulled so we can ascertain just what's going on.
So we need that information from the state to state that exactly what the salary range is before we vote on an amendment.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins has the last ordinance up on the screen.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn. Go ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I'm surprised what Mr. Onetiri and Mr. Bridges are saying, because I believe that the law department revises these ordinances prior to them coming to the docket. So if they knew that, they had to know that there was an order that was a duplicate, and I don't know, because I believe that's why we have the law department there, to make sure that we don't make this type of mistakes. And if the administration knew that this ordinance was there before, I don't know what civil service had to do with it, because when 2050 was approved, that 2050 was supposed to be consulted with civil service prior to coming to us. So if there's a difference in salaries, that should have come out for 2050, not for this one. This one is new, and we should stick with 2050, or if not, if they don't want 2050, we should vote to cancel 2050 also, and not vote on any of them.
Thank you,
Mr. Collins,
Councilman.
I'll withdraw my motion. Mr. Conlon?
Are we polling this, gentleman? She's withdrawing her motion.
I'll withdraw my motion.
She's withdrawing the second. It's Mr. Harrison's motion, so.
Yes.
I'll withdraw the second.
Mr. Harrison withdrew.
Mr. Harrison, would you, the administration?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison withdraws his motion, the administration pulls, so that's where we're at. And so.
All right, we can move on to ordinance 20-50.
Well, that's the old ordinance, Council President. Let's get the. Yep. No. I pulled a fast one on you there. Get back
20-009. I apologize.
It's 21-008. Next, we have Resolution 21-008, which is a capital ordinance providing for the rehabilitation of West State Street by the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, appropriating $1,211,841 to pay for the cost thereof, which amount will be funded by a New Jersey Transportation Trust Fund grant received or expected to be received by the City of Trenton from the State of New Jersey Department of Transportation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman. Yes.
Yeah, so, we roll call, well, it's not roll call today, but, again, the question was the exorbitant amount that is going to cost to do, from, Prospect to Parkside, right? Mr. Onateri?
Yes.
Prospect to Parkside, right?
That's correct. Council President?
Wait a minute, I'm not finished the question. So, does that only include paving? Does it include the sidewalks and the curbs? Mr. Onateri, does it include the sidewalks and the curbs?
Yes, it does. It does, including manholes, storm drains, and all these things that is needed on that road. It's not just for pavement alone.
Okay. But it doesn't say that.
Yes,
it does say yep.
Okay.
In the first whereas, Councilwoman.
Okay.
It says milling. Milling.
Oh, yeah, 50, okay.
Surface.
All right. Oh, yeah, curb, sidewalk, yeah. So, I just want to make sure that, because we didn't touch on that on Tuesday. Everybody just thought it was just the blacktopping. So it's good to know that they're getting new curbs and new sidewalks from Prospect to Parkside. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I still think even including the sidewalks is too much, but that's really not the point. If I'm not mistaken, on Tuesday, somebody mentioned that this was going to be a bond ordinance to be repaid once we get the transportation fund money. Can somebody clarify me that? Because it doesn't say bond ordinance here at all. That it's going to be supported with bonds until we get the money?
Yes, it says it in the second whereas and the third whereas.
Says that it's going to be supported by bonds. We're going to be issuing bonds. I can't agree with this.
This is coming out of capital improvement, and what it says in the second whereas, it says the cost of said capital improvement is estimated to be $1,200,000, and then it says that the money will be replaced once it comes in from the Department of Transportation. Am I correct, Mr. Cruz?
But, Madam President, I heard the word bond last Tuesday in this ordinance, because I was the one that talked about it. If I did excessive bonds.
Mr. Cruz?
Hi, Madam President,
Mr.
yes?
Cruz? Yes. Would you like to speak to it? Because in the title, it just says Transportation Trust Fund Grant. I don't, can you address Councilman Rodriguez's concern?
Madam President, every project that we do with a promise from the New Jersey Department of Transportation, these millions of dollars worth of money that we receive, it must come from the city first, and then the city gets the money. And this is how, every municipality in the state of New Jersey operates. And everybody has to put the money up front, and then we get the money. once the project is completed. But yes, this is how it's funded.
Right, his question was, where is the $1 million coming from? Is it coming out of capital improvement or is it coming from a bond?
Give me 1 second. Let me look at the whole ordinance.
Madam President, I heard the word bond Tuesday. That's what I want to clarify.
I'm just giving him the opportunity to answer, Councilman.
Yeah, but you haven't mentioned the word bonds yet. He did mention it Tuesday.
City section 3 capital improvements.
It's at the section, in section 6, it says the bond ordinance shall take effect 20 days after the final adoption.
Yep.
Section of capital bonds.
They made a mistake when they wrote it.
Yeah, I think it's a typo.
It is a capital.
It should actually be bold.
And this went through the law department also, right? And it was approved. The legality was approved. And this is not a legal ordinance at all. You know, what is going on? What's going on with our city? What's going on? We don't read.
Mr. Solinsky, I believe that you're on. Mr. Solinsky, can you answer the question?
Usually the money we usually set it up for bonds and notes, and we issue the notes, and once we get the money back from DOT, we then just pay the notes off the next time we roll them.
So this is a bond ordinance.
I would think it should be if we're putting the money up front, yes.
Well, why didn't you write it as a bond ordinance?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because here in section 4 it says to the extent that the purposes authorized herein are inconsistent with the adopted capital or temporary capital budget, a revised capital or temporary budget or capital budget has been filed. So it's saying two different things.
Contradiction. They should pull it and bring it back when it is correct. We don't even have to bother with this ordinance. We write it and write it the proper way.
Well, so the only concern, if the concern is that there is no wording of bond ordinance, perhaps where it mentioned general capital, with permission of council, we can amend on the floor and we can do parentheses bond ordinance.
No, I say pull it, and you do it.
Councilman Santiago, I'm asking the council president.
No, it was my turn.
It's actually their floor, sir, so it's up to them.
I was speaking. I was the one that had the concerns. So I have the last say according to the Robert Rules of Order, Mr. Cruz. Not you. I have the last say because this is my question. You pull it and bring it back when it is correct. When the law department goes back, revise it the proper way, then you bring it back.
And I also disagree. An amendment, a substantial amendment on the floor for an ordinance is not appropriate at all. And I'll defer to but that's just not how it's done.
Then we request that it be pulled and also, Madam President.
Mr. Harrison, do you wish to withdraw your motions?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, you're pulling this?
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President.
And we're going to move straight into the civic comment for the public. Excuse me, I apologize. Public comment.
It's a long meeting, ma'am. I get you. This is public comment. Accordingly, does anybody wish to be recognized for public portion during the meeting tonight?
Yeah.
And Mr. Jacques Howard. Mr. Howard, Council President, would you like to recognize Mr.
Yes,
Howard?
go right ahead.
Mr. Howard, you
Great. Thank you so much, Madam President. On behalf of Trenton Cycling Revolution, Friends of Amtico Square, Trenton 365, as well as other organizations, we'd like to bring attention to the ordinance around Amtico Square and the forthcoming potential development of that into a park on the Pink Greenway. We ask that we be and other members of the community be fully engaged in the process so that the quality of life for all of those who will utilize this park have an opportunity to voice concerns. In addition, we also like to say that the efforts that have been taking place for several years around the idea of an outdoor skate park, as well as a bike polo, poppy court, as well as other bike amenities at this location be strongly considered in partnership with the other development that's taking place in the Amtico Square Park and with the East Trenton Collaborative.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Mr. Howard, thank you, sir. Next.
Hello?
Yes, next we have Mr. Damian Perron, Council President.
Go right ahead, Mr. Perron.
Madam President, my name is Damian Perrin, and I'm the Managing Director for Passage Theater Company. I would like to thank you and the council for approving the resolution for the Princeton Air contract to replace and repair the HVAC system at the Mill Hill Playhouse. I have been Passage's Managing Director now for 7 years. And I have, from the first day I arrived, my task was to address this issue specifically. One of my tasks was to address this specifically. And I just want to say thank you to all of you. I would also like to say thank you to the mayor, to Director Richardson, to Kimberly Porter, and the... I'm sorry.
Please, sir, I'll mute them. Please continue, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. And you know, this is a huge deal. The Mill Hill Playhouse was established 40 plus years ago as a cultural performing arts center for the city of Trenton. And for it not to have the proper HVAC system prevents audiences from utilizing the facility. And these audiences are Trentonians, and they also come from the surrounding areas of Trenton throughout Mercer County. Each year, I guess prior to COVID, we would basically host close to 1,500 to 2,000 patrons in the building. So having the proper HVAC system will make a difference for our patrons, for our kids who come to see the shows, and so forth. So I'm so grateful for the work that you did tonight in approving this resolution. I look forward to the rest of work that needs to be done in the building, but for tonight, I celebrate, and I celebrate with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, hold
Hi,
on.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah, hold on 1 second, please. Okay.
Okay.
What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Benita Dixon.
Would you like to be recognized by the council, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Council President, Ms. Benita Dixon.
Go right ahead, Ms. Dixon.
Hi. Thank you for taking this call. I'm calling in reference to my elderly mother who lives on Wilkinson Place in downtown Trenton. Her name is Madeline McMullen. I did speak to or email Mrs. Caldwell, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, in reference to the house next door. Next door is an abandoned building, 27 Wilkinson Place. Now, she has had extensive water damage because the roof at the abandoned house is leaking and it falls over onto my mother's property. And this is the second time.
Now, this time, she is in the process of getting it fixed through her insurance company. But to prevent this any further, that house next door needs to be taken care of. The owner has passed away well over 10 years. So I'm not sure as to who the owner is. I do know that an email was sent to the mayor's office, and in turn, we had to call the fire department, and they in turn had to call out an emergency electrician, and that's as far as we got. But 2 days later, my mother gets a letter from the state housing inspection stating that if she doesn't get her violations from the water damage done within 60 days, she can be fined. So we have multiple issues there. Now, again, she is getting the work done now through her insurance company, but how can we stop this damage? They couldn't even do work the day before when it rained because it's still pouring over into my mom's house.
So what I would ask you to do is let the clerk give you his information, get in touch with the clerk, and we'll take it and we'll look into it tomorrow, and we'll try to get you some answers as no later than Monday.
Council President, if I may.
What?
Council President,
yes,
I
I just want her to leave the information with Mr.
I
Conlon.
send all that information over to the city, to Mr. Laurie, and I had them get the inspectors go out there, and Ms. Vaughn is just smiling like I don't do anything. But I did forward that complaint and asked them to deal with this issue because these people cannot be flooded out. So I just don't want you to think that the city doesn't know about it.
Before I started the conversation, I did say that she has been helping me, but I just need to know, and I will follow up with the clerk, what is going to happen because, again, they had to halt construction yesterday or the day before yesterday when it rained real bad because it's still falling over into my mom's house.
Ma'am, you can email me tomorrow at clerk@trentonnj.org, or just call the clerk's office. The number is on the city website, and I'll be happy to forward it to Mr. Lowry, and we'll follow it up.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome, ma'am.
Okay.
Council President, next we have Ms. Chowdhury.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Chowdhury. Go right ahead, ma'am. You're muted, Ms. Chowdhury.
Okay. Yeah, I just noticed that. Okay. So hopefully you can hear me now. Thank you, Ms. McBride. I wanted to comment. I was struck by the economic disenfranchisement of the discussion about the grant. It seems to me that there's a significant economic disenfranchisement happening here in Trenton, where there's, people are just not able to participate. It's not that they're not able to, but they are not being asked to participate. They're not being called on to participate. They are just not part of the process of dispersing literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Listening to the subsequent discussion, numbers like $750,000 are being, thrown around and bandied like they're insignificant. Really struck me. I wanted to thank Ms. Vaughn for her rigorous approach to how every single dollar is spent. It takes a long time to earn $15, and adding $3,000, $5,000, or even $500 to anybody's contract without proper oversight is really underneath that just a it's tantamount to literally just taking money out of the tax coffers. And I just think that needs to be addressed, and there needs to be, the contracts that are being presented needs to be available in a much more open manner. Again, it's all about transparency and accountability. If there's nothing to hide, then there should be no issues with these any of these contracts being available and being very publicly available, not just to members of council, but to anyone who wants to see them. I do see some published. I do occasionally see ordinances and I see other things published, but I tend to see the result of it. So I'd like to know if something can be done in that manner where the entire bidding process from beginning to end is made more transparent so that any regular resident of Trenton can understand where these thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars are going. The other thing I wanted to mention is that along with the economic disenfranchisement, I think that there is another very important pressing issue, which I haven't heard anyone mention at any of the council meetings that I've attended, and that is the issue of police reform. As everybody knows, it is a significant and major issue. It's been pressing. It's coming to consciousness and public consciousness across the nation, but that is not because it's a recent issue. It's just because it's an issue which is just reaching public attention. The reality is that it's been going on for a long time. It's an urgent problem. It is for certain individuals in certain communities. It's a crisis. It's nothing short of a national, and it just happened to be seen as a national crisis, but it's been a crisis for a long time. And I wanted to know how that's being addressed. I can talk about some of the, this is what I talk about with the lack of accountability and transparency. I have tried to reach out for response, and I have come across a lot of obscuring, a lot of obfuscation. I've come across everything from, I've sent 4 emails to the Internal Affairs Department. I haven't gotten 1 email back. I've had without getting too much into that incident, I don't understand how the entire mechanism of government is not operating. I have the time, and I can take time to send 4 emails. I can take time to, send 3 messages, and I can take time to sit on the phone while a phone rings 18 times. I don't understand why simple things are simply not being done as far as the mechanism of being able to hold the police accountable. I don't understand why phone calls are not returned, why emails are not returned. My understanding is with any internal affairs investigation, I have access to knowing progress. I'm not talking every day. I'm talking once in 3 months. But I have not been able to do that. I think I've gotten 3 phone calls in 12 months. So I don't understand why it's so, but my concern is not just about me. My concern is about every resident of Trenton who deserves fair treatment under the law. I think that I'm curious to know what is being done I know the council certain things and exercise certain influence. I also know that there's a lot of people who have a lot of volition and decision in how policing is done. And what I would like to see in Trenton is significant police reform. So I want to know when and how a civilian review board is going to be installed. I understand it was considered at one point, but then dropped. I want to know who's going to be on that civilian review board, because I think the police and oversight. I want to know why transparency is just such a significant issue. Why is the transparency not immediate? I want to know why the internal affairs and whatever departments deal with this are not publishing discipline records of police. New York State just passed, just changed actually their law to make discipline records of police officers public knowledge. I think they should be public knowledge. I know in my profession, if I do anything as egregious as some of the things that have been done to me, it would certainly be part of a discipline record that would be open to any further employer. So I want to know why we are hiding police records outside of things like the force report, and there's been some good reporting around that. But there needs to be something a little bit more open and public facing, because I think that Trenton residents and any resident, whether you work here in Trenton, whether you have a business here in Trenton, or whether you reside here in Trenton, you have a right to know who's policing. You have a right to understand the patterns of the going on in the policing area. I'm not talking just anecdotally. I'm talking about statistically. And this is unfortunately more of a problem here in Trenton, but it's problems in other places too, of course. Recently, as I'm sure you all know, well, not even recently now, but last summer, if I'm correct, around, I think it was right around April actually, Stephen Dulcimer was tackled down by 4 police officers. I have not been able to get a response on whether those 4 police officers are still on the force here in Trenton. I think the Trenton residents deserve to know that if lethal force was used and somebody died because 4 police officers tackled him down and punched and kicked him, and if you want to know more, you can see coverage through multiple news outlets. Why is that not transparent and open? Why is that not being addressed? Because it seems rather significant to me. And I want to know if there is any kind. There's supposed to be a civilian group, but they're non-existent. So I want to know what efforts are being made to reform policing in Trenton. I think that a racial dashboard needs to be included. I know that only about something like 4 to 10% of internal affairs actually result in any kind of discipline. That's abysmally low. There needs to be, in addition with this transparency, a racial dashboard so we understand who's getting away with what. And I think that would be an appropriate thing to do in as diverse a community as this. I have heard horror stories from neighbors. I have heard horror stories from people. I won't go into detail, but this is certainly not a one-off incident here. I think that it is time that police, who are 200 more times likely to kill somebody in the U.S. than policemen in any other industrialized nation, I think it's time to start with the respect and dignity that they deserve. The residents of Trenton pay these people to protect them, and I think that needs to start coming back in some form.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Hi.
What's your name, sir?
Hi, I'm sorry. Thank you. My name is John McElroy. Thank you, Council and Madam President.
Council President, would you like to recognize Mr. McElroy?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you guys do. I live on the island, and I just had a question that I'm not sure what to do. We've had, I've lived here for almost 20 years, and haven't had a whole lot of problems until the last month when a neighbor's car was shot out, the windshield. And then last Monday, April 5th at 11 o'clock in the evening in Stacy Park, there were gunshots. I was watching the news, so I was able to hear it. The next day, April 6th and April 7th, there was fighting. There's used condoms, drugs, sales, alcohol thrown everywhere. People are fighting on top of their cars. It's like the wild, wild west over here. I call the police, and I know they're busy. And I know that certain things take precedent over it. Is there anything that I can do or the council? I keep calling and calling, but, I walk out my door, and there's people having sex in the daylight or night, fighting. It's out of control. And I know the police are really busy. I got that. Is there anything somebody can suggest? And I thank you very much.
Yes, I will have you get in touch with the clerk's office, and the clerk will do a complaint with the police director, and she will receive it. She's on the line now. She hears you. She hears your complaints, and Mr. Conlon will forward your information to her once you give it to him. So, Mr. Conlon, can you give him your information, please?
Yes, and
thank you, and God bless everybody.
Mr. McElroy, do you have a pen?
Hang on, let me get one. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I've got a pen.
It's okay.
Okay, just email me tomorrow with your contact information to forward to clerk, CLERK, at Trenton, TRENTON, NJ.org. So it's clerk at TrentonNJ.org.
Thank you, and everybody have a good evening.
Thank you. Council President, next we have Mr. Leo Bridgewater.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Bridgewater.
Good evening, Council, and thank you again for Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. Approximately 1 week ago today, I participated in a planning board meeting for the city of Trenton to discuss. Can everyone hear me?
Mr. Bridgewater, this is your floor. Everyone else, please mute yourselves or remain silent until Mr. Bridgewater is done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Approximately 1 week ago today, I participated in a public meeting with the Trenton Planning Board to discuss cannabis legalization and the way things would work in the city and threw out some ideas. Since that day, in that 1 week, I have not been contacted by any member of the planning board nor any member of the Trenton City Council. And I find that to be a bit disarming because within that 1 week span, I was also contacted by the city of Camden, spoke with their planning board, and then moving and working with them, helping them move forward and actually doing meaningful community engagement in terms of education and also the drawing and zoning ordinances of how these cannabis businesses would play out within the city of Camden. And it's just, as a, I've been doing this for years now. I've addressed this body and its predecessors for years. I am, I don't like to toot my own horn, but Jesus, I am the number 6. Yahoo Finance has me ranked as the number 6 most influential black man in the cannabis industry. I live half a block away from, City Councilwoman Marge Caldwell Wilson. I sit on a number of boards. I'm on a board for the Cannabis World Congress Business Expo. I sit on the board of the Friends of Hemp. I'm on the committee for minority inclusion and social equity for the National Hemp Association. And have gone all over this country, advocating for this. And I do this. I continuously address this body and will continue to do so out of a sense of duty. My loyalty is to the city of Trenton, and so everything that I have and all of my experiences in this industry, it would be imparted on anybody who was sitting in that chair. And so I don't know how many other ways I can say what are we doing? The governor of New Jersey signed legislation automatically expunging records of cannabis up to 5 pounds, and the ripple effect for that is, not only did people in Trenton, get their records automatically expunged, but what about people in Philadelphia who had charges here in New Jersey? People in New York who had charges here in New Jersey? 3 weeks ago, the state of New York legalized for adult use cannabis, and all of these things are happening all around us. And, you're not saying anything, nothing, no preparation. I put out to the city planning board last week that the Mercer County Hospital needs to be the Cannabis and Hemp College of New Jersey. We ought to look at that, and that is something in which we can educate people, but could also give the people of Trenton something to wrap their brains around, rally upon, and then campaign to the governor for. We make that happen. Now we created generational revenue for the city. The Roebling undeveloped swath of land needs to be a hemp decortification and processing plant for hemp creep and hemp wood. These are things that, I'm talking industry. And I've been begging this body and its predecessor for years while you're sitting in the shadow of a huge mural that says industry. And, I beg you all again, and I'm talking to the seats, not the people, but the seats of those chairs. please, we really need to get on the ball here, because this is happening without us. And I'd much rather for us to, be a part of this thing. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Hello?
Next, Mr. Conlon.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hold on
Your
for
name,
a
sir?
minute, sir.
Yes. Sir, your name, sir? On the phone.
Hi, my name is Keelan Scott.
Mr. Council President, you want to recognize Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Okay. All right. So first I wanted to bring up that there was never an answer to the questions of Ms. Chaudhry's question about police brutality. But hello, and thank you for this time, Mayor Reed, Gusciora, council members, associates, and citizens. My name is Keelan Scott, and I'm a lifelong resident of New Jersey. I've lived in this state for 36 years, and for a time thought I was safe from the hands of police brutality. Unfortunately, as I would sit and watch our nation's police repeatedly brutalize my fellow African Americans, such as Mike Brown, Breonna Taylor, Philando Castillo, George Floyd, Deontay Wright, and so on, I myself and my family became victims of this seemingly never-ending cycle here in New Jersey, town of Fort Lee, on August 2nd, 2018.
Hello, Council. My name is Winnie, and I am the wife of Keelan Scott. On this day, August 2nd, 2018, my family was gathered to grieve the sudden loss of my younger brother. During this time, a 30-second or less argument happened between two other family members, and although the argument was over and that family member was outside and on the sidewalk, the Fort Lee Police and Bergen County Sheriff's Office called for 2 rounds of backup, knocking the front door off the hinges, harassing and endangering the physical welfare of all our family members. Although I was grieving and in shock, I was arrested when I simply stepped outside and was pushed back into the house. They beat, tased, and arrested my husband for merely stepping back into the house. Keep in mind that the mayhem, harassment, and reckless endangerment towards other family members never ceased at the hands of those that were supposedly assumed to serve and protect, and were only there because they accompanied 911 when the call was made from my unresponsive brother. So while they were assaulting and attacking us, my brother's body was still in the home. The assault on my husband and I was done right in front of the family and neighboring witnesses. My husband did not know that I was touched, let alone assaulted and arrested, until 9 hours after, when he was released from police custody. It took 2 years of litigation to deal with false criminal felony charges on myself and my husband. The Fort Lee Police assaulted, they framed, they lied, and scapegoated my family, all to justify their behaviors, and they lied on all court documents.
Our civil battle continues against them, but what we genuinely want is the officers at hand prosecuted. All of us victims of police brutality, whether it be George Floyd's, Breonna Taylor's, Philando Castillo's, Philip Purnell's, or my wife and I's family, the Dumoy Scotts, want true justice. This brings me to my 3 requests. Please sign and share our petition for a thorough investigation to be done on our matter by going to change.org and type in RTGIP. Second request, create a resolution pending Bill A4656, which is Congresswoman Angela McKnight's Civilian Review Board with subpoena and parallel investigatory powers. In other words, have Trenton be in support of her bill. Have Trenton, my third, have Trenton be the first of the cities in New Jersey to eliminate qualified immunity, as New Mexico and New York City have already done. The signing of our petition will help towards my family and I's perpetrators being thoroughly investigated, as no true investigation has ever been done. It is absurd that when the police want to press charges with zero evidence, the state allows it, but when civilians have every single form of evidence against the police or any government judicial worker, we must beg for it to be looked into. The Civilian Review Board bill, if made into law, will make it mandatory for all New Jersey municipalities to have this type of review board that has the power to subpoena officers, investigate the officers parallel-wise, and request disciplinary actions to the officers at hand. If no discipline is given, the chief of that municipality must publicly explain as to why not. Trenton being on board with this bill, A4656, will help towards the voting and getting this necessary bill placed into law. The elimination of qualified immunity in Trenton will allow thousands of Trenton's residents the ability to receive financial restitution when struck by police brutality, and will make way for qualified immunity to be abolished statewide and hopefully nationally. If you have any questions, please email us at righttogrieveandpeace@gmail.com. Again, please sign our petition by going to change.org and type in RTGIP and follow our Instagram page with more details of our story and GoFundMe page. So I want people to recognize that over here in Bergen County, in Essex County, in the county that Trenton, if this is an issue, my wife and I, and Ms. Chaudhry, and many people are upset that this is not being brought up. I've listened for 3 hours, and I've not heard a single mention besides Deontay Wright about police brutality, and a prayer was mentioned, but there is nothing I'm hearing about the most important issue in this country and in every single city in this country, because the world is laughing at us that we keep on killing, brutalizing, hurting, and breaking the constitutional rights of black, brown, white, and every color human being in this country. And I get upset that it is being ignored. And even though there are two trials potentially going on right now, and it's the number one issue, I keep not hearing politicians talk about this issue. And us civilians are tired of not being heard about the most important issue, because the most important thing in the country is for our leaders to not harm us. If you are going to harm us, we don't need your help. Thank you.
So again, our Instagram is Right to Grieve in Peace. It's all one word. Our story is there. Listeners, Trentonites, please go to change.org, type in RTGIP, and there you will see our petition. Please sign, please share. This is extremely important to our family and I. We've not been able to grieve in peace, and we've been simply asking for the right to be able to grieve in peace. When you go on our Instagram page, our GoFundMe information is also there. Please share, and please consider, giving what you can. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Hi, next, Council President, we have Ms. Evangeline Ugori.
Go right ahead, Mrs. Ugori.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Evangeline, longtime resident of the South Ward of Adeline Street in Trenton. Wow, to have to go and come behind this presentation regarding police and their misconduct and the power that their uniform gives them. I really feel for this family, and I will be signing their petition.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was instructed. Only not just because it is right, because wrong done to one person soon becomes wrong done to everybody with silence and inaction. Now, in my own case, I'm speaking up because I'm still following up almost maybe 2 months after a police officer arrived at my home based on a call that I made for an ongoing problem with a neighbor supposedly fixed in his house, under the watch of the Housing and Inspections Department, under the watch of the Housing and Economic Development, where there is no accountability whatsoever to the people who pay the salaries of those who work there in the city of Trenton under the administration of the mayor, vis-a-vis specifically Miss Yolanda Vasquez, who doesn't see fit to understand that people need answers from her and her department, and the people that work in that department who perhaps are short-staffed and therefore are doing everything they can to go with the flow. But for too long, there has been no reasonable answer to my question and that of others whom I have listened to, as the couple that just spoke before me mentioned. Every time I call into council meeting, I endure 3-4 hours of deliberations and whatever, and yet the most important people in the community, those of us who live and tarry long and work hard and pay taxes to try to keep our heads above water, to pay the taxes that keep the city going, we are not afforded the opportunity of accountability when we try to follow up issues that affect us and our qualities of life in this city. I am still trying to get an answer to the question regarding 654 Adeline Street and how they got a CO from people in the Housing and Inspections Department who, number one, are not supposed to be the ones who oversee such things. I am made to understand through several Oprah requests and the responses that I got from them that a person in the person of Mr. Ken Bullock, who is only one of the people that goes out to respond or to inspect when there is a complaint, is not part of the technical department or technical section of that department that are supposed to oversee the CO process. And Miss Yolanda Vasquez, his supervisor, who I am made to understand doesn't have the licensure or the qualification to approve of such COs relating to properties like this here. The two of them happen to be the two key people who, in the midst of months-long worth of follow-up regarding this property and its owner and the work that they were doing there and the disturbance to the quality of my life, and the police, coming and accosting me, almost grandstanding in front of rookies that they're training, in the person of Mr. Officer Fountain, who first of all answered my call, and the subsequent responder, Officer Reasoner, coming and then they're putting me in a situation such as this couple spoke about, but by advising me in a very hostile manner that I am wasting police resource by calling them relative to the issue of public nuisance, as I was advised to do by the Housing and Inspections Department personnel. And so till today, I have yet to get an answer from that department. I've yet to get an answer from Mr. Ben DeLisle. I've yet to get an answer from the mayor, who I'm sure it understands and listens to all these concerns and complaints by the people. I am yet to get a follow-up regarding the police conduct in this case. I listened with very keen interest to the young lady who spoke before the couple about the lack of follow-through with internal affairs complaints and, just basically no lack of accountability and how these people are working and getting paid at the expense of those of us who are the recipients of their lack of accountability and if not downright assault. So today, I am still asking for answers to my question. I sent an email, just like the young lady said, and to date, I have yet to get an answer. I want to know, how is it that people obtain COs without any posted signs of permits to work on the house? Ben DeLisle, I heard him rambling something about some of the work that was supposed to be done in the house not requiring any permits. Does it take 3 years from November 2018 to this year, February of 2021, for people to paint a house? When you people get up here and talk and you think people, us, the listening public, are stupid, we don't have any gray matter in our skulls for brain to process information, or the ramblings that you give us and hope that we swallow as satisfactory answers. It really is very disrespectful. I am still asking for answers regarding how I came to be living next door to people who I know are still working on this property after a CO was issued to them. Like my fellow people that have spoken before me, we deserve better. We work, we live in this community, we pay the taxes that keeps this city running. With these kinds of lack of accountability in work, we are not encouraged to live in this city. We are not encouraged to keep on paying the taxes for the squandering, for people who do not care about our concerns. Thank you very kindly for letting me speak. I'm still waiting for answers.
Thank you, Mr. Benson.
Next, Council President, we have Ms. Sherry. We'll get to you, sir. I'm going to recognize some. I went to the phones. I'm going back to the computers. Ms. Sherry Garrett, Council President.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Thank you, Council President. Not too long. I just really wanted to go back to the topic of the American Rescue Plan. I just don't want to reiterate, but I just want to point out that the this rescue plan, or these funds, the stimulus, is to stimulate economies because we are in a recession. As we all know, that the federal government issued out $1,400 checks to families, especially families in need, and then signed this stimulus to help the disparities and inequalities in low and moderate income communities. I just want to say, the mayor, he really did answer a lot of the questions. And one thing I did get out of, he did answer. He didn't directly say it, but he did say it when we were, the issue was the questioning of the advisory council advisory committee that he has formed. And one thing he said, and it stood out, was that he wants to bring businesses into Trenton. But the money is not for bringing new business in Trenton. The money is to help existing businesses in Trenton, not to bring people who don't live in the community to open up shop in Trenton. And that does not guarantee that those new businesses from folks who don't live here are going to hire residents within Trenton. Also, the presentation with Director Maria Richardson was, I thought was ambitious and long overdue. The only thing that I had that I think that is ongoing in regards to her presentation is it seemed like it just includes beautifying areas for people who come into Trenton to work. Even with the businesses in the downtown area, which is consider our market, it's not heavily patronized by the employers of the state, even for lunch. And I understand it's a pandemic, people working from home, but the point is, going forward in the future, we, all that is to beautify, to make it appear that Trenton is doing what Trenton is supposed to do. Is that the plans that I've seen, and nothing wrong with what Ms. Richardson said, I think is ambitious. I think it's needed, and I think it can be paid for. A lot of that can be paid for outside of the grants. The money that needs to be done can be paid for by the $73 million. And it can be justified because of the fact that, of course, we're in a COVID era. And two, once we are coming out of it and we can socialize in groups again, then the justification for using that money from the American Rescue Plan is for people to just, feel normal, help with the mental state, be able to bond and communicate, have outdoor family events around other families. That's the justification. But again, I just wanted to, reiterate, it doesn't seem like the goal for this advisory committee is really for the purpose of using these funds will be allocated. And again, it would be a shame if we had to be forced to pay this money back because it was misused inappropriately. And again, from what I have heard, in the past in regards to COVID, we didn't really cover that. A lot of our, even with the testing, it wasn't, heavily, there was no areas to set up. I don't really know if the mayor even has stats or data on actual real numbers of the population in Trenton that was affected by COVID. And then also, I didn't hear anything about, he's saying $73 million. We have people working very hard here in Trenton, and I didn't hear anything. He even suggests that this would benefit them. He just listed it, but he never, like I asked him, how much do you estimate out of this 73 are you going to apply to the areas that you suggest? He didn't give an answer. Lost revenue, of course, we have lost revenue. We don't even know if people are going to pay their water bill or sewage bill, or the expenses or tax bill. So this money should be able to cover a lot of the loss and about a lot of the issues that we had in regards to the budget. That wasn't even addressed. Again, there's a lot of things, even with that water, the Delaware River. There's ways to make money off of it. I think what Director Mayor Richardson was suggest to beautify, to help, bring people who want to come into the city for whatever events, big events. It can happen. We should be using that Delaware River for what part that covers, expands to Trenton into other territories. Maybe we could do a collaboration, pull up them tree trunks. That could be used for, when it freezes, for people to ice skate on, something. It's like, I don't see innovation. I hear we want to put together, a committee to discuss how we're going to allocate the money, but it doesn't sound like it's to really allocate to rebust or to jumpstart an economy here in Trenton. We were already we live in a low income city as it is. How do we utilize it by the effects of COVID and the lockdown to help use this money because we are in a recession. That's the part we not saying. The reason that this bill was signed, this stimulus, it was not just for COVID, it's because the country is in a recession and the governments are losing money, okay? And we're going to continue to lose it. So we're apples, potatoes, or however you want to say it, but, it just doesn't seem like that this money is going to be used to jumpstart or for the city to be able to ride out, because COVID could go, COVID could be contained maybe next year or the year before that, but what if the economy does not come back for another 6, 7, 8, 10 years? How do we deal with it then? Okay, so right now you all are sitting in seats to help, determine that. Afterwards, we're going to be in a bad shape, and it's not just Trenton. It's going to be the neighboring local municipalities, the counties, the state. This is not the whole thing about money and funds is not going to end once COVID generates. We are in a serious recession, depression in this country. And, it may look from the outside like it's just COVID, but it's this situation we are in economically is much deeper than we are actually looking at. So, I just really wanted to say that,
30 seconds, man.
If we are going to keep going back and forth about that really, really has to be addressed, because I don't think we're looking at the bigger picture. I think we're just looking narrowly. We're looking at the moment, and this thing is going to bite us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Someone said hello.
The gentleman on the phone, what's your name, sir?
Tyrell Smith.
Tyrell Smith, Council President.
Can you hear me, Mr. Conlon?
I can, ma'am. I can hear you, Council President.
Okay, guess I have to switch up. All righty.
Mr. Tyrell Smith, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith, you've been recognized.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'd like to say thank you to all the council men and women on the line for allowing me to speak. I'd like to say a special thank you to Councilman Marge Caldwell for being a strong supporter of the Trenton South Ward Neighborhood Association. We just got approved for our community garden down there, so we're looking forward to moving forward with our community garden. Like I said before, my name is Tyrell Smith. I am the chair of the Trenton South Ward Neighborhood Association. I heard earlier that Mrs. Richardson has proposed some ideas for some parks that need to get done, and I'm happy to see that 3 of the parks that's actually on the list is that they are located in the South Ward Neighborhood Association. So I'm just saying that the Trenton South Ward Neighborhood Association would love to be a part of the communication when it comes to the planning of these parks and how these parks are being redone. We'd like to be part of that conversation. So if I can set up a meeting with Ms. Richardson or whoever else is involved, that the Trenton South Ward Neighborhood Association can get on a call with Ms. Richardson to speak about the parks and how we can beautify the parks down in the South Ward. That's it. Thank you, everyone.
Next, Council President, we have Mr. Dan Fatton.
Yes. Could you? I'm going to have to ask Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Council Caldwell-Wilson, Council Vice Chair Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes. What?
Council President is having a problem with her device, and she wants to actually cede the floor to you.
Okay, fine.
Her device is about to die.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Mr. Dan Fatton, man.
Go ahead, Mr. Fatton.
Thank you, Council. I'll be brief because I know it's late. I have 3 points I wanted to make. First, I wanted to emphasize and reaffirm what I heard from several speakers tonight about the need to pay attention to police reform in our own city. I would echo, I think it was Ms. Chowdhury who said or suggested that council could look at a qualified immunity policy in this city and getting rid of that qualified immunity for police officers in the city. It would be an innovative approach for New Jersey, and it's long overdue. So let's actually take note of what's happening all around us nationally and take action locally. So I just want to echo what others have said on that. Second, I want to talk about the idea of public meetings and public participation and inviting folks to public meetings. I tried to say this earlier, I'll say it again. Trenton Planning Board is meeting next Thursday, 6:30 on the 22nd. The DOT is going to be presenting intersection improvements all around the Trenton Transit Station. So it's really important that we get public feedback on those presentations and that this is what, God bless you, this is what will inform the construction of those intersections. And this is how we improve the pedestrian experience, the bus experience, and the car experience around our transit center. So I would invite anyone on the call and all of council to please come and look at the presentation first. We always allow the presenters to go through their entire presentation first, then the board speaks, and then there's public comment. So everyone is welcome. I would say that having lived here for 12 years, I share the frustration of many council members that it often feels like we don't actually see the results of all this money being spent. I agree with you in some ways. Part of the problem is that we've spent a lot of money, and I say this as your planning board chair, we spent a lot of money on plans. We don't often get the construction dollars. And when we do, for some reason, we're sometimes voting against them. In just the past 5 years, I've personally participated in the process for the 2016 Downtown Trenton Bike and Ped Plan, the 2019 Trenton 250 Master Plan, Downtown District Plan, the 2019 Transit-Oriented Development Strategic Plan, the 2019 Market Street Corridor Project, and now the city is working on the Trenton Transit Center Circulation Concept Plan. all of these plans are good. It gives us the concept, and they are opportunities for community members to weigh in. But at the end of the day, we do need those construction specs in order to get the eligibility for grant money. And so, the Taylor Design Group proposal that you voted on earlier with Antico Square, yes, there needs to be more community input into what that park is going to look like, but we will never get the funding to realize what people want and to actually implement and build unless we pay for construction specs. I have asked Anthony Santora and the rest of the planning staff. They have confirmed that what we are doing next week with the Department of Transportation will give us construction-ready, shovel-ready project specs. That's what we need to do from here on out. And so I share your frustration, but I would just say, please come next week and see what they propose. We want the feedback. And then the third thing I wanted to say is, I often disagree with you, as you know, generally. I'm not shy about it, and some people have said that that's annoying, but I'm going to continue to speak my mind as a resident of the city of Trenton. But I agree that it's good to have checks and balances, and that there's a head and a body, as the council president said earlier. One of the areas where we might have the head and the body pointing in the same direction and working together is the Broad Street Bridge project that Maria Richardson presented earlier. The New Jersey Department of Transportation is not helping. Vicinity, the private, whatever they are, cogeneration facility that provides the power for the state offices is not being helpful to the city of Trenton. The mayor and the staff of the city have gone above and beyond to try to get DOT to change their plan in terms of the pipes so you would get visibility of the bridge and so that we can actually finish the daylighting of the creek. Yes, this is in the downtown. Yes, it is in an area that's near where state workers work. It's also a critically important historic area. This is an opportunity to get it right and not to do a sort of typical thing that seems to happen, which is halfway doing the project. So let's get together and have council supporting and working with the administration on the Broad Street Bridge project. We need to apply pressure to the DOT to do the right thing. And this is an opportunity where I really hope you will work together. Thank you for your time.
Mary Horn. Hello?
Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Conlon?
Yes, Mary Horn, Miss Council Vice Chair.
Yes, Ms. Horn.
Yes. I would just like to say, I'm happy to hear about the youth being serviced as far as parks and playgrounds are concerned. But it appears, I live in the West Ward, and it appears that there's a lot of work being done on the with parks in the North and the East Ward. I'm concerned about Cloudwater Park because it is a big park and its use is for everyone in every ward, and we get a lot of visitors there from all wards. And I only heard about maybe 2 minutes of improvement as far as Cloudwater Park, and there's a lot of work to be done there. I was hoping I would hear more about the work that needs to be done, the work that's going to be done, because its use is for baseball, golf, basketball, soccer, if they choose to do so. And there's a lot of work to be done in Cloudwater Park, and I haven't heard that. And I would certainly would like to see that the improvements that need to be done in one of the biggest parks here in the city, as I said, and it's used by every ward. Also, I'd like to add that several months ago, having said that, thank you, and several months ago, Councilwoman Vaughn had held a virtual forum as far as people to come on and talk about what they needed as far as safety in the neighborhoods. All the wards were invited, and just to say that all the wards are assigned a sergeant or a detective in each ward, and everyone was invited to that virtual meeting, and that would have been a help for someone to reach out and make a start. If you can't get through, you were given that number and you were given the name of the police detective in every ward. I know we've been one assigned here in the West Ward. So when bad actors come into the city or who live in the city or not live in the city, both, when suspicious activities or lewdness is going on, it would have been helpful had you been on that call and gotten the information of where to make a start and who to call, and let the police know, or your assigned detective know that this is going on. That would be a help. We also have Democratic committee persons in each ward or each sector of the city that you can reach out to them also. That will be a help. It is just not incumbent upon the council does, I'm sure everybody, just like they vote their conscience, they do the best job that they can. And so having said that, it would behoove you to really reach out. Detective Garzio is assigned to the West Ward. I'm sure he'll be there to help to make a start. I'm not an advocate of police brutality, but we need to work together too in all of this and make sure that we know who our assigned persons are, that we can reach out and go out and get the information. There's also been walks through the neighborhood. Your assigned detective has given out information for that, and they come out and they'll do that walk. And so you can identify the bad areas or the bad characters. No one's asking you to pick out anybody or point out bad characters. That's the police job, to investigate and make sure that this activity doesn't continue. So I want to thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn, for that initiative. I'm sorry for who all wasn't on the call. It would have helped us all in each ward. So I want to thank you for listening, and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Mr. Connell?
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard for public portion tonight? Council Vice President, I don't see anybody else. Do you want to?
Yes, my name is Faith Ann Pearson.
Okay, Council Vice Chair, we have Ms. Faith Ann Pearson.
Yes, Ms. Pearson.
Yes. I know this doesn't have anything to do with the docket itself, but I've been walking around the neighborhood, and I have a young lady friend who also does walk around the neighborhood. On Clinton Avenue, there is a house which, when we did the walk with the mayor and when we had the open streets, was brought to the attention. I want to know what can be done, because City Hall, when called, the house is next door to the Jamaican restaurant on the corner of Girard and North Clinton. The bricks are coming off the building and are now down on the sidewalk. In order to walk the sidewalk, you got to walk into the street. And the people coming down the street, they don't watch, they don't care. They do 45 from the traffic light there where Mulberry, Nottingham, and Clinton Avenue is, all the way down to the police station. I would like to know what can we do to get this building torn down, because if it doesn't, it's going to, the lady who has the Jamaican restaurant could not set out any tables outside for fear that her customers would be injured, because this house is falling apart. Second, I have a house that was on fire on Brunig. It sits right behind 201 Mulberry. That house, the fire department, whatever, when they were through, there's another one where the sidewalk is got all the debris from the house. What can we do? I'm complaining. I have a lot of other people who I've told to contact City Hall to try to get these two. They're a serious hazard. They've had fires. They're falling apart. You can see from one end straight through to the other end. You can look in and see all the way up to the sky, because there's no roof on some of these houses.
Are you finished there? Yeah. Okay.
And
so
what can I do? Houses.
Yeah, this is not okay. So this is a public comment session, but I've taken down the information, and I will forward it to the clerk tomorrow to follow it to the appropriate departments to have them follow up on it and let me know what's going on. If you happen to have a number for that property at the corner of Girard and North Clinton, that would be helpful.
No, unfortunately, I haven't gotten it.
Okay. All right.
But I will say thank you very much, Marge Wilson.
The business administrator and the directors are on this call, and they should be taking this information down too, but we will get it to them tomorrow.
Okay, I will also try and text the clerk at the same time so that I have a record that it's also been done. And
that would be wonderful.
If you email me at clerk@trentonnj.org, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I shall. And I want to thank you very much for trying to push the parks. I think that's the most important thing we need to get done now that the COVID has got people moving around and enjoying our beautiful weather. It gives them something to go to. So we must get the parks situated and straightened around so people can utilize them. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Dan.
Anybody else wish to be recognized by the Trenton City Council for public portion for the meeting of April 15th? Council Vice Chair, would you like to entertain a motion to close public portion?
Yes.
Do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion by Ms.
First, I would like to thank yesterday I had the coffee with the cop from 5 to 8 p.m. It was a lot of young kids who came out, a lot of people in the community. It's good to see the interaction with the community and the police. It was, like I said, it was a wonderful event. My condolences go out to Raphael Valentin. Like you said, he was well liked by everybody in the community. Very unbelievable guy. He always had a smile on his face and would always take the time to talk to anybody. Also like to talk about Locust Hill Cemetery. They're having to clean up this Saturday, 9 a.m. to noon. That's 73 Hart Ave. Also, April the 24th, NIA is having an illegal dumping cleanup starting at 9 a.m. Rolling out off of Oxford Street. And then the second location is Fountain Ave. Also want everybody to have a wonderful evening and be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Rodriguez?
You forgot Michelle.
Councilman Rodriguez?
You forgot Michelle.
Mr. Michelle has exited the meeting due to.
I'm sorry.
He texted me.
I have a couple of things to say, yes. First, I am very surprised that two ordinances are laws, and one resolution tonight. First, the resolution had no documentation. The law department says something. The health director says something else. We are supposed to vote on these resolutions and ordinances, especially those ordinances. We took about 10 minutes to determine if it was a bond ordinance or if it was capital improvement money or whatever. You know, that is a change. I believe that we should not receive ordinances and resolutions without the background information, the whole information. I mentioned it early, but I was surprised when I heard Mayor Gusciora saying that $73 million was just a little bit of money. It was not. I tell you, with $73 million, we could do a lot of things. If we don't give that money to our friends, those friends that are in the community, because there's a lot of friends in that committee, I know that, political friends, almost the whole transition team is there. You know, that was, at the end, I was invited to participate, but at the beginning, nobody told me anything. After there was problems with another council person, then they offered me the, I represent a bunch of Latinos, and I see that, we don't have any representation. The diversity that the mayor mentioned, where's the diversity? We are 38% of the population, and we get one person because the other two Latinos, they are directors. They are not representing the community. They are representing the administration, City Hall, not the community. And, what is going on? What is going on there? Also, see what else I have to talk about. I'd like for the mayor to know that we are back with the traffic on Cass Street. We're having a lot of problems. Now we have more trailers going down. And the mayor have not said or done anything about that issue. I thought for about 4 years that I've been fighting for that issue, but the mayor knows. I took him to Cass Street. I showed him the cracks on those buildings, on those residences, the cracks that are done by those 90-ton trailers driving by that small street, because Cass Street is not a highway. It's a narrow street, and those trailers, they are not supposed by regulations. So, Mayor, send your police officers to ticket all those trailers. Do it right away. They should be doing that. See what else I was Mr. Patton, I know he's listening. I tried to join the meeting last week, the planning board meeting. I couldn't get the link. I had to call the clerk, and after the meeting started, I got in. Then I wanted to speak, but I was muted by the host. And then the host was saying, unmute yourself. But I was muted by the host. I don't know if that was done purposely or whatever, but that was very unprofessional. I was trying to talk, and I couldn't get in because the host had me muted until the end, until I sent a message saying what was going on. Then they unmuted me, finally. And that is uncalled for. That link should be provided to everybody. You should not have to go deep into the city website to get those links. The board's meetings should be announced ahead of time. Not, hey, hit this link, and that will lead you to the website, the city website, and on the website, go deep into the website, and you find the link. No, that should not be that way. That is unfair for our senior citizens, for our residents in general that are not technology savvy. I have a hard time doing that. I'm a senior citizen. I'm 70 years old. I was born, when I was born, there were no computers. There were no, we had some battery radios, that was it, back in 1950. So be fair. Be fair. You are young. You learn computers since you were babies. But the majority of the people in Trenton, the majority don't even have computers. They don't have access to those invitations to the computers. Put those schedules in the paper. Announce them in the papers, or the boards, or the meetings. Now that you have links, we'll put the links in the paper so that people could see them. Advertising. What are you hiding? When you need the residents' input, oh yes, you want everybody to call, everybody to go to that meeting because you are you want to get something. You have a project that you want to get. No, do it. Always do that. Finally, I had to get back to what I was talking about Tuesday, about the injustices that are being done by our inspectors when they had knowledge, as I was told Tuesday morning, they had knowledge of violations of illegal activities in some these slumlords' houses, but nobody goes there until I tried, in that 234 7th Street, I tried to help the family, but we don't have a plan. What we do is inspectors right away. They go there, they put a sign in the door, this, you cannot live here. And then, you know what they do? They give a little piece of paper with a homeless line, so that the residents call to make arrangements so that they could be placed on emergency basis. You know, those residents of 234 7th Street, I saw the list. They sent me copies of all the rent receipts. Their rent was up to date. That landlord, he did something illegally. Inspections knew about it. So he told me, the director told me, that they had that landlord in their scope. That means they knew that he did work there without a permit. My residents had nothing to do with those permits. No. I hope that this ends because I'm going to be fighting. I was even insulted by the mayor because I stood up for those residents. He called me names. He screamed at me. I had to hang up the phone on him because I'm not going to follow his lead into arguments. I don't argue, you know, but I deserve respect. And just to protect the persons that supervise the inspectors, I said it. I repeat it. Through the years, I have had a lot of complaints about the inspection division or whatever they are now. Not for now. For the past 35 years, I heard stories about what the inspectors do or don't do, where they ride around the city, and they go to a resident house. It's election time, and that resident have a sign of a person that is not a friend of somebody that's running. They get citations just because they put the wrong poster in the door. That cannot continue happening. No, Mayor Gusciora, that cannot continue happening. And Mayor Gusciora, you call me a liar? No, I'm not a liar. You curse at me and you scream at me. So you told the newspaper that, that you don't record that? I know you have very short memory, because I remember I was listening to that conversation when you started for 2 minutes, getting at Robin Bond, and justified, because she just joined the meeting and you started calling her names, insulting, and then when she went back at you, you started complaining, crying like a baby. Yes, that's what you did. But it was your fault, Mayor Gusciora, and I don't appreciate you disrespecting me at all. I'm 70 years old. I'm a lot older than you. I campaigned the first time that you ran for office, 1995. I ran the Latino campaign for you. You not even knew because you were hiding in Princeton. I was part of the Democratic Party, and I did that for you in the city. Monday, you know what you told me? Oh, you don't do anything for the residents. Mayor Gusciora, you know what? If I don't do a lot, it's because you are on the way. Because you are always taking us to court. Because you are always, when we have a good ordinance, you veto it. Yes, that's what happened. Because you don't like it. You don't like good stuff coming out of council. You want to take credit for everything that goes on in the city. But what is going on in the city? And I am very worried about what you're going to do with those $73 million. I know that's going to be your ticket to become the mayor again. That's going to be, yes, that's your campaign money. that has your campaign money, $73 million. You're the king now, the king of the hill. You have $73 million to get votes. Yes. With those $73 million, well, they're going to make you believe that they're going to make you a winner. But I don't believe so. Okay, thank you very much. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes, I only have 10 minutes, so I have a lot of important stuff to talk about. There's a lot of things, very important feedback and conversations we've had tonight from across the city and beyond. And I really appreciate those who came from other municipalities to share. And we stand with you in solidarity on the issue of police department reform. And we did raise a resolution here in the city of Trenton. The council president did to start working on those type of initiatives. We'll work with our police director, Sheriff Shilakoli, as well as the prosecutor's office and Attorney General Gubir Grewal on police department reform. First, we got to stop hiring bad apple cops back into the police department. So the mayor does that. In the midst of Black Lives Matter and the city of Trenton has lots of challenges, as Ms. Chaudhry pointed out. We had a mirror incident of the George Floyd chokehold applied here in the city of Trenton on a residence and lethal force, and that those officers are under investigation. So we need to do more in Trenton and be more out front and leading that change. The thing that I want to talk about is the advisory committee formed by the mayor, and great concerns about the 12 individuals that have been chosen, mainly those who don't live in Trenton and those who have served on nonprofit boards. And those boards, either indirectly, I know Mr. Fatton mentioned earlier that, there's I Am Trenton. They never received any funding from the city of Trenton. See, nonprofits are structured very, they cast a wide net. It's a web of network of nonprofits that some folks may describe them as sister organizations, and they partner with other nonprofits. Okay, so that is the reason we are proposing a conflict of interest and more disclosure from individuals who sit on the board. If you know that you are sitting on, like Brenda Ross Doolin, Mayor Gusciora has chosen as his chair. She sits on the board of the Greater Trenton. She sits on the advisory committee of the Greater Trenton. Greater Trenton is a nonprofit organization that get plenty of grants and public funds, okay, and from the city of Trenton. Brandon McCoy, he sits on the board of I Am Trenton. I Am Trenton is a foundation in Trenton for many years, have partnered with a lot of nonprofits in the city of Trenton and have funded those nonprofits. So that's a conflict of interest. Elvin Montero and Jeannie LaRue, they both headed up, they were chairmen of, I believe, chairpersons of the Mayor Reed Gusciora Transition Committee when he got elected. Okay, so those individuals should not be on the committee. We got to know who these people are, Trentonians, okay? And Jeannie LaRue is also the mother of our one of our county commissioners, Commissioner Sam Frisbee. She's the mother of Sam Frisbee, an elected official, okay? And in addition to that, Mr. Frisbee also serves as the director of our YMCA. And as such, the YMCA has received historically very hefty sums of money from the city of Trenton by grants and by CDBG grant funding, as well as from the CARES Act So that is a major conflict of interest. Ms. LaRue should not be on that board. Elvin Montero chaired the mayor's, transition team when he got elected. Jeannie LaRue was the chair. She should not be on the board, and for the other two reasons as well. Her son is an elected official who's also the director of YMCA. The YMCA gets heavily funded by the city of Trenton. I believe off the top of my head, the YMCA received about $250,000 from the CARES Act funding last year. Kelly Ingram, she's the founding board member of I Am Trenton. Again, I Am Trenton partners with many nonprofit organizations here in the city of Trenton. They fund them. So an individual who's fund nonprofits within the city of Trenton is sitting on an advisory board that's there to advise the mayor on how to route that American Rescue Act plan funding. And you think that person is not going to route them to the organizations that their foundation is affiliated with? Okay. Well, Ms. Ingram can be on the board. Ms. Jeannie LaRue could be on the board. Elvin Montero, they can be on the board. Nothing precludes them from being on the board, but we just would like, if the resolution is passed, that they disclose who they are, who they're associated with, and that there aren't any conflicts. And they are willing to forfeit any funding from that program for 2 years. But otherwise, don't sit on the board. The other individual, Cheryl Snyder, she is the board member of the East Trenton Collaborative. That is a community organization that has received many grants from the city of Trenton. And that particular nonprofit or collaboration is linked to the New Jersey Community Capital. So, and that's what I mean by network. So do you think that the New Jersey Community Capital is not going to have any influence on Cheryl Snyder, who's sitting there representing them? So these are the things that we have to be concerned with. And I will continue to advocate to ensure that the advisory committee, these individuals are not part of it, and that we have proper vetting and proper solicitation, and that we recruit and we cast a wide net across the city of Trenton and get city residents an opportunity to have input in the direction of their city and use that money for the purposes that was earmarked for. It was not earmarked for some woman named Brenda Ross Doolin, who no one knows who she is in the city of Trenton. She never lived in the city of Trenton. So what interest would she have in the city of Trenton? And she sits on a board that's called the Greater Trenton, which infers the name, the Greater Trenton. Greater Trenton means outside of Trenton, okay? So that organization is not really for Trenton. And I don't understand why, I don't know the rationale why the mayor would want his own directors part of the board, when by default, they are the directors to the mayor. They already advise the mayor. They work for the mayor. They work for the city. They are funded by the taxpayer dollars. The fact the taxpayer pays their salary. They don't need to be on the board. Allow that board to be community seated by community members and leaders who live in Trenton, who pay taxes in Trenton, who vote in Trenton, right? So, and I will leave that where it is. So more to come about the advisory board. And folks, let's just keep the pressure on and keep us honest, the mayor and the council honest when it comes to that American Rescue Plan funding and advisory committee. The other thing that I wanted to speak on is we talk about all the strife that's in the city. Mr. McElroy, Glenn Acton, he talked about, all the crime and chaos that's going on in the city. Well, the American Rescue Plan is here to provide economic relief. And as with police department reform, funding and a lack of funding in the inner cities has caused all these ills that we see. We need to begin to invest in our city. And one of the things, and that's what the president's funding is there for, to invest in the cities that have been historically neglected, right, and have not been properly invested in. So then over time, you see the deterioration. This is what we're seeing. This is what we're experiencing. High crime rate, education inequalities. We have a terrible healthcare system. We have high mortality rates. We have high crime rates. We have no social programs, no recreation activities, nothing. And that's a result of a lack of investment in this inner city. And of course, unfortunately, most folks that live in the inner city are low income and poor. And I will segue to say this is the reason why Gusciora must and immediately settle the Ask Me workers contract. These people who work for the city are suffering from income inequalities in the cities. Their incomes have to be, if our economy is going to turn around, the mayor has to get the people to be able to compete in the marketplace, make a living wage so that they can buy homes, so they can afford the rent, so they could do things that infuse the economy. And he's not doing that. He's actually oppressing their income capabilities. The income equality of the Ask Me workers versus the police department, the PBA versus the FOP is extraordinarily. It's a huge gap. And that inequality has to be made equal and leveled out. And the mayor needs to do that immediately if we are going to see this city thrive. Cities where you see high income inequality, we have lower levels of social cohesion. That's exemplified.
You've gone over your time.
Any outcomes, just let me finish 1 second. I'll be done. Exemplified in outcomes such as more social programs. We see higher crime rates. We see higher mortality rates. We see poor health care. We have educational inequalities. We have and we have, of course, as we see here tonight, we have no trust in government. So we have to invest, and we want to see that contract. We want to see the Ask Me workers and the city workers. We want to see more income equality in the city of Trenton, and the mayor has to affect that, and I'm going to hold him accountable for that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just want to thank everybody for bearing with us in this very long meeting tonight and for participating. I want to thank the mayor and Maria for their presentations and for allowing an input from the public. We've had a lot of really good speakers from the public tonight. Mr. Bridgewater was correct that the cannabis business could be a boom for the city of Trenton, and we have to pay attention to what's going on with the state and whether we're going to get a license in the city of Trenton to develop cannabis in the city of Trenton. I want to thank Damien from Passage Theater, because I know he has worked very, very hard and very diligent with me and with the city to try and move this HVAC repair back to where it should be, and so that we can eventually open up Passage Theater for our kids that do have programs in there. And that's about all I have to say tonight. I just want to, again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you, Mr. Conlon, for handling this long meeting, and have a good night. Thank you.
I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn by unanimous consent.
Yeah, motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn by unanimous consent.
I just want to say, Mr. Conlon, I'm sorry, Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
A motion to adjourn must be heard immediately by Robert's rules, ma'am.
decriminalization of marijuana. I meant to say that decriminalization. Without that, how could the city of
Okay.
Trenton even thinking about the cannabis industry if most black and brown
Councilwoman,
people are still
we
locked up?
Motion to
in prison?
adjourn has been
The
entered on the
meeting's
floor.
closed.
Do we have a
Okay,
second?
well, I had to make that comment.
Do we have a second?
Doesn't matter at this juncture.
Do we have a second, please?
Second,
Second. Vaughn, do by unanimous consent, which means anybody who objects, please speak. Otherwise, the meeting is adjourned.
decriminalization. No cannabis
Thank you.
industry in
Unanimous consent is passed.
Out
Meeting is adjourned.
decriminalization.
We are adjourned at 10:52 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to find the documents for tonight's meeting and future meetings, you can go to eCode 360 and find the documents in those areas. If you need to contact the clerk and you were asked to contact the clerk tomorrow, the email is clerk@trentonNJ.org, clerk@TrentonNJ.org. There's no dash or dot between the Trenton and NJ. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Please get home safely. To the family of Raphael Valentin, we definitely feel your loss. Be well, everyone.
Mm-hmm.